It seems my husband has changed completely. I plan to give our house to Susan, and if you disagree, we will get a divorce. He wants to transfer our house, which is in my name, to our eldest son's wife. That woman needs to leave quickly. She's turned my husband against me. I'm changing the house title to my name. I can easily handle the monthly mortgage of $1,800. It seems my eldest son is on her side now, but I don't care about this old house anymore. I'll just move out. I'll make sure all three of you regret this. Get ready. My name is Grace. I'm 60 years old and work as an executive at a big company. I live with my husband, Robert, who is 2 years younger than me. Last year, we renovated our house for our future. The house was built by my father and was quite old. We wanted it to be more comfortable as we grow older. The loan is high at $1,800 a month, but it's manageable. I was told I could get the loan because I have a good job, while Robert manages a small restaurant and earns less than I do. It's tough to keep paying off the loan with just my salary. The house used to belong to your father, and now it's in your name. I feel bad, but could you pay the whole amount? I'll contribute more to our living expenses. We agreed to renovate the house, and it turned out so beautiful and comfortable. I was so happy that I could live in the house where I spent my childhood. But now, I never imagined I would have to leave this house someday. Then I received a message on my phone. My eldest son, Jack, called to tell me he's getting married. Jack is 31 and works as a section chief at a major company. He has always been dedicated to his studies and work, so I was surprised to hear about his love life. I was curious about the woman he was marrying. If Jack likes her, she must be special, but I wondered if she was trying to take advantage of him since he lacks dating experience. I was both excited and anxious to meet the woman our son was bringing home. The day finally came when I met her. A young woman with brown hair and a white dress introduced herself. "Hi, I'm Susan. Nice to meet you," she said. She had great manners and made a good impression. "Nice to meet you, Dad and Mom," she smiled, showing her bright teeth. I thought Jack could be happy with her. Robert felt the same way, quietly saying, "She's a good girl." "I'm glad to hear that, sir," Susan said, holding Robert's hand and looking into his eyes. I was surprised by how close she was to him. I pulled back a little, and Jack looked surprised. Robert didn't seem bothered at all, but I felt uneasy. I wasn't jealous, but it didn't feel good. "What are you doing?" I asked Susan. "Thank you," she replied, flustered. "I shouldn't have done that on our first meeting. I'm really sorry." She quickly let go of Robert's hand. "I often hear that I don't understand personal space," she continued. "I don't mean any harm. It just happens. I'm really sorry." She seemed nice, but her behavior surprised me, even though I liked her at first. Jack, on the other hand, was smitten with her, and he admired her boldness. "Susan might not understand personal space, but that's a good thing," he said. "She approaches people, and I'm shy, so that's why I can be with her and think about marrying her." I was shocked to see the usually introverted Jack change so much because of Susan's behavior. "I trust you with Jack," I said, realizing she was a good person. I approved of their marriage, and everything moved quickly. They got married a few weeks later. I truly wished them all the happiness in the world. 6 months after their wedding, I came home from work one day and noticed a woman's shoes by the entrance. In the living room, there was Susan. "Welcome back, mother-in-law," she said. The table was covered with empty cans and bottles. They had been drinking. "What is going on?" I asked, surprised. "Why are you having a drinking party without Jack?" "Well, when I got home from work, I bumped into Susan. She wanted to get to know me better, so we decided to have a drink. I'm a bit broke before payday, so I suggested we drink at home," she explained. "Why have a drinking party here? It would have been better if Jack was with you. I don't want to intrude on the newlyweds. They could have drunk at their own place," I said, tilting my head. "It would be fine at our place, but it's such a mess right now, and your house is beautiful," Susan said, slurring her words a bit. She usually spoke politely, but she was acting casual because of the drinks. "Why didn't you invite Jack?" I asked. It seems unusual for a daughter-in-law to come to her in-laws' house alone for drinks, especially as newlyweds. Susan started to cry. "Jack is always busy with work and doesn't have time for me. I'm feeling so lonely." "Shush, Susan, it's not your fault," I said. "The one to blame is Jack for leaving his newlywed wife alone." Robert began to console Susan, stroking her hair. "Oh, Daddy-in-law," she exclaimed, and it was a bizarre scene that made me feel nauseous. "Hey, Robert, Susan is your daughter-in-law. This is disrespectful to Jack. You shouldn't act like this. I scolded him for his inappropriate behavior. Please don't scold daddy-in-law, Susan defended Robert. Her response was so absurd that I couldn't help but feel confused. I wanted to say more, but after a tiring day at work, I didn't have the energy. I'm going to take a bath, please clean up, I said with a sigh as I headed to the bathroom to escape. Then I called Jack to explain the situation. He said he would stop working and come pick Susan up right away. I thought Susan was a bit odd, but Jack must really love her to leave work for her. However, I worried it might be challenging for him to live with her after marriage. Even though I might not be the best mother-in-law, I decided to offer Jack some advice on married life when he arrived. Time flew by as I soaked in the tub, lost in thought. I felt a bit lightheaded when I headed to the living room, where I found Jack had arrived to pick up Susan. Or so I thought. Despite having driven here, he was drinking. Jack, you drove here, you shouldn't drink, I questioned him. No, Susan wanted a drink, so I decided to stay the night, he replied cheerfully, a bit tipsy. I was glad my son was staying over, but Susan had left a bad impression on me. I was honestly baffled, but Jack had already been drinking. I can give you guys a lift, I offered. I really didn't want my daughter-in-law to stay over, especially since I was tired. No, I feel bad for you. You must be tired too. How about you join us for a drink? Jack suggested with an easygoing smile. I couldn't say anything more. At that moment, something felt off. Suddenly, Susan cracked a mischievous smile, almost as if she was laughing at my confusion. Was it just my imagination? I tried to convince myself that it was just a misunderstanding, but Susan's clever plan had already begun. The next day, Susan kept apologizing for her behavior. I'm truly sorry, she said before leaving, and I felt relieved as if a storm had passed. However, that evening, when I got home, Susan was there again, and Jack was nowhere in sight. I felt a sense of despair. I'm sorry to disturb you again, but I really wanted to apologize, she said, offering me some sweets. I guess I got carried away, my bad. Robert looked remorseful. It was a bit annoying, but they seemed to be reflecting on their actions, so I decided to let it go this time. Thank you, I said, because Susan felt awkward about the situation. She stopped coming over. Honestly, I didn't want to deal with her much, so I was grateful for this outcome. But then one day, Robert came to me with a serious look. I have something to talk about, he said, just as I was wondering what it was. Jack and Susan came home. It's been a while, I greeted them, but for some reason, they ignored me. I was confused. Suddenly, Robert shouted, I'm giving this house to Susan. If you object, we're getting a divorce. What? I was taken aback. He was giving the house to Susan, and I couldn't understand why. Mother-in-law, please leave, Susan said. What does that mean? I was in chaos. What do you mean you're giving the house to Susan? Robert answered, You've been bullying Susan all this time. Bullying? That's ridiculous, I argued, but Robert wouldn't listen. Shut up, he yelled. That's why she was crying and couldn't come home until now. Jack chimed in. I didn't think my mother would do something like this. This is seriously messed up. The more I denied it, the angrier they became, and Susan was crying. That's why I'm divorcing you. Get out now. I'm staying here with them. Why should I give my house to Susan? I asked. Because Susan is deeply hurt, Robert said. Normally, we should demand compensation, but I think it's better to take your house and give it to Susan. That way, you'll feel the consequences. I didn't bully her. Why do I have to suffer? Besides, how can Susan, who quit her job after getting married, pay an $1,800 loan? He replied, Don't worry, the title will be in Jack's name. With Jack's salary and previous employer, we can change the title easily. But changing the title is difficult when there's an existing loan. If it were that easy, anyone could buy a house. Robert insisted, You work for a big corporation, and so does Jack. Plus, a friend of mine works at the bank where you have your loan. I think we can work something out. I couldn't understand where his confidence came from. An $1,800 loan is no big deal, he said with a laugh. Jack, brimming with confidence because of Robert's words, turned this into a real situation where I might have to hand over the house. I repeated, I haven't bullied her, so I won't give up the house. When I objected, they both exploded with anger again. This is too much. As I was getting fed up, Susan, who had been crying the whole time, spoke up. Mother-in-law, for the sake of this child, please, she pleaded, stroking her belly. No way, I replied. shocked. Susan is pregnant? My mind raced. If she's emotionally unstable, a miscarriage could happen, but I still wouldn't give up my house based on these unfounded accusations. I was perplexed. Just leave me alone for a bit, I said and went to the bedroom. Bullying? Have I unknowingly been horrible to Susan? As I lay on the bed, riddled with worry, I noticed something strange. What's this? I thought, spotting a strand of brown hair on the bed. Both Robert's and my hair are black. There's no way a brown hair could be here. Wait, has there been an affair? My mind was racing with this awful truth. I felt like I was on the verge of exploding. I don't even know what's going on anymore. I cried myself to sleep. When I woke up, it was night. As I tried to enter the living room, I heard voices. It seemed Jack and Susan weren't home yet. I wished I could have a drink too. You can't, you're pregnant, remember? Robert and Susan said, full of enthusiasm. I couldn't find a chance to intervene. The mysterious accusation from Susan left me in despair, and I remained unable to enter the living room. Suddenly, I heard the sound of an intimate encounter. Oh, Susan, I love you, Robert exclaimed. Stop it, Jack and my mother-in-law will find out. You know. What the hell were Robert and Susan doing? Don't worry, Jack is passed out drunk, and Grace hasn't come out of her room for a while. She's probably sleeping. Robert laughed. Is she sulking? Too funny. The brown hair must have belonged to Susan. It was disgusting. What were these two doing on the bed I had just been sleeping in? I felt nauseous. They must have kicked me out to have a good time with Susan. Hidden from Jack, my home had turned into a venue for their affair. Fine, I'll let go of this disgusting home, but you will see consequences. The next morning, I acted as if I had been asleep in my room and that nothing had happened. I didn't want to sleep in that bed anymore. I was too shocked to get any rest. Finally, when I said, I've decided to hand over the house, everyone broke into smiles. Great, let's get the transfer of ownership done. I'm sure I can get a loan approved in no time. Jack was excited. This kid probably didn't know anything. It made me sad, but I wouldn't tell my son the truth. He didn't listen to his mother and was completely controlled by his wife, at least not yet. Days passed with the hustle and bustle of divorce procedures and the transfer of ownership. It was tough, but we somehow managed to change the ownership. From today, it's no longer your house, Robert cheered. Get out of here, old lady, Susan whispered into my ear, and it pissed me off. I'll leave, you don't have to tell me. Letting go of the house I had lived in all my life was sad, but it had become a place of infidelity, so I had no regrets left. From now on, I'll mess with these three and their odd relationship. You all will be sorry for what you did. About a month later, after I moved out, I finally felt ready to confront them. I returned to my former home and rang the doorbell. What does a stranger want here? Robert exclaimed, furious. Can I come in? I have something to say, I asserted. Why should I let you in? Robert was reluctant, but I insisted. It's important for Susan's sake. The moment I mentioned her name, he let me in without hesitation. Honestly, I didn't want to say her name. It made me feel sick, but I knew Robert was soft for her, so I played that card. An outsider is here, I thought. We were divorced, and yes, we were strangers now, but was that really the right way to say it? I was irritated by Robert's reaction. What do you want after all this time? He asked, clearly on high alert. I want you to look at this. I laid out the photos in front of them. What is this? Robert asked, confused. These are photos of you and Susan on a date. I had hired a private investigator after our divorce, and these were the results. Wait a minute, Jack shouted, shocked. What are these photos supposed to be? We're just close, father-in-law and daughter-in-law. Nothing more, Robert insisted. Really? How about this? I pulled out my smartphone and played a recording. I really do love Susan. Hey, if you speak so loudly, Jack and mother-in-law will wake up. It was a recording of Robert and Susan's voices, intimate chatter. No, this is a misunderstanding, Robert desperately tried to explain. Misunderstanding? This is clearly not okay. As expected, Jack was furious, keeping his head down in disbelief. I decided to add fuel to the fire. Listen, I hate to ask, but who's really the father of that baby in your belly? Jack's face went pale. Do you mean it's with Dad? No way. My father-in-law was pulling it out every time. Susan had just dug her own grave. You just admitted it, didn't you? I said. The three of them were in shock. Suddenly, Robert and Jack began wrestling each other, and Susan seemed to cramp due to the commotion. Stop, I interrupted their scuffle. I've been saying this all along. I haven't bullied Susan. Could it be that you were lying just to drive me away and make Jack believe I was the villain? Jack looked taken aback. You're kidding. What the hell? This is messed up. I can't even trust my own mom. Jack, who couldn't trust his mother, seemed to blame himself for listening to Susan. Now that you understand all this, spill everything, Jack shouted angrily at the two of them. They hesitated to confess, but then Robert said, we have enough evidence here. Are we going to court? The mention of court triggered a reaction, and they finally began to talk. Apparently, Susan initially loved Jack, but when they visited our newly renovated and beautiful home for their marriage proposal, she wanted a house like ours. My parents' house was pretty rundown, and I was envious of the beautiful home Jack and I had. The interior was lovely too, but Susan explained her feelings through tears. The woman who wanted a house seemed to have planned to win over Robert on the day of the marriage proposal. She intentionally ambushed him after work, without inviting Jack, and drank with him. For several months while Jack was away, she nurtured a relationship with Robert and seemed intent on pushing me out of their lives. You should have proposed living together from the beginning, I said. She paused, then admitted, I have a bad image of a mother-in-law. My mom and grandma fought every day because grandma bullied my mom. I didn't want to live with a mother-in-law. I understood her reasoning. With such an image, it made sense that she wouldn't want to live with one, but the thought of stealing her father-in-law was shocking. What did Robert think about this? I wondered. I knew I was being used, but when Susan came to greet me, holding my hand and smiling, I felt conflicted. Robert, clearly in love, knew he was being used, but seemed willing to abandon me to keep her by his side. You guys are the worst, Jack shouted, and both Robert and Susan lowered their heads, shedding tears. Ultimately, Jack divorced her. When he checked the DNA of the child born to Susan, it turned out to be Robert's. I won't pay child support, he exclaimed, demanding compensation from both of them. I can't believe I'm suing my own father for compensation, he said, sighing in disbelief. I patted his head, realizing how this crazy woman had thrown us all for a loop, but in the end, the one who would regret ruining her life the most was her. Fast forward 2 years, Susan remarried Robert and decided to stick it out for the sake of their child. She enrolled the baby in daycare so she could work. Oh look, Uncle, came to pick you up today, she told her child. Though the other moms at daycare were giving her side-eye, the kids got along well, but she felt isolated, unable to make any mom friends. When she tried explaining her divorce and remarriage to her own parents, they were furious, directing their anger at Robert. Since then, she had been estranged from them. All of this was her doing, and as for the house, Jack was living there alone. I wanted to sell it, but that would be too harsh on Mom. After all, it's the house where she's lived since she was born, a place full of memories, Jack told me. I understood his sentiment. I just can't sell it, he added, guilt-ridden, despite my insistence that the house felt creepy. Eventually, he had it professionally cleaned, throwing out all of Robert and Susan's belongings. Even though it was because of that woman, I did something terrible to Mom, he confessed. I know you probably won't forgive me, but please visit me, or come to the house on a whim. Let me show you some devotion. With that, he gifted me a ticket for a hot springs trip. Jack had definitely shown remorse. I couldn't forgive him yet, but I felt hopeful about working towards rebuilding our once strong relationship.
The moment I finally landed my dream job should have been the happiest day of my life. Instead, I found myself screaming into my steering wheel in the parking lot of Morgan Stanley, mascara running down my face, while my mother's words echoed in my head. Oh honey, I sold Cooper, but don't worry, I got us both tickets for a Caribbean cruise. My name is Hadley, and I just became the youngest financial analyst in my division. The promotion I'd been working towards for 3 years finally came through, and all I wanted was to go home and celebrate with my best friend in the whole world, my golden retriever, Cooper. He'd been there through every late night of studying, every rejection letter, every moment of doubt. This isn't happening, I whispered, fumbling for my phone. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial Pearl's number. Hey, superstar, how's the first day going? Pearl's cheerful voice came through the speaker. She sold him, my voice cracked. My mother sold Cooper. She did what? Pearl's tone shifted instantly from celebration to rage. Tell me everything, now! I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. She called during my lunch break, all excited about some cruise deal she got from her friend Stephen. said she needed quick cash for the deposit. And since I was always too busy with work to properly care for a dog anyway, she did me a favour and sold him. Oh my God, Hadley, that's not just crossing a line, that's obliterating it. Where is Cooper now? I don't know, I choked out. She won't tell me who bought him, says it's for the best if I don't try to contact them. My phone buzzed with a text from my mother. Don't forget dinner tonight, celebrating your promotion and our upcoming cruise. I can't believe she expects me to celebrate with her, I said to Pearl, like she didn't just sell my dog without my permission. Then don't, Pearl said firmly. Come to my place instead. We'll figure this out. I have to confront her, I replied, wiping my eyes. I need to know who has Cooper. Want me to come with you? No, I need to do this alone. I started my car. But can you be on standby? Always. And Hadley? Don't let her twist this around. She's wrong, and what she did is illegal. I drove to my mother's house, the same house I grew up in, with its perfectly manicured lawn and gleaming windows. My mother, Michelle, opened the door, wearing her signature pearls and a bright smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. There's my successful girl. She went in for a hug, but I stepped back. Where's Cooper? I demanded. Oh, honey, we've been through this. He went to a lovely family with 3 children. He'll be so much happier there. She waved dismissively. Now come see the cruise itinerary. Mum, Cooper was my dog. I paid for him. I trained him. His microchip is in my name. What you did is theft. She rolled her eyes. Don't be so dramatic. I'm your mother. Everything you have is because of me. Besides, you're far too busy for a dog now. Stephen got us an amazing deal on this cruise and... I don't care about the cruise, I shouted, surprising us both. I want my dog back. Lower your voice, she hissed, glancing at the neighbours' houses. You're making a scene. Good. Maybe the neighbours should know what you did. Maybe everyone should know how you sold your daughter's dog for cruise tickets. I did you a favour, she said, her voice taking on that familiar condescending tone. You'll thank me later. Now, are you coming in for dinner or not? I stared at her, really seeing her for the first time. The perfectly coiffed hair, the expensive clothes, the practiced smile. It was all a facade hiding something ugly underneath. No, I said quietly. I'm not coming in, but I want you to know something, Mum. I'm going to find Cooper, and when I do, you're going to regret ever thinking you could get away with this. Her smile faltered slightly. Don't threaten me, Hadley. It's not becoming. It's not a threat, I replied, turning to leave. It's a promise. As I walked back to my car, my phone buzzed again. Another text from my mother. You're being childish. Call me when you've calmed down. I deleted the message and called Pearl instead. Hey, I said, when she answered. Remember that time in college when you said I should stand up to my mother more? Yeah? Well, I'm ready now, and I'm going to need your help. Your mother did the exact same thing with your college fund, Pearl said, sliding a glass of wine across her kitchen counter to me. Remember? She used it for that spa retreat in Arizona. I took a long sip, memories flooding back. Yeah, but that was different. I had scholarships by then. It's not different, Pearl insisted, pulling out her laptop. It's a pattern. She takes what matters to you and turns it into something for herself, and we're going to prove it. I'd been at Pearl's apartment for hours, trying to piece together a plan to find Cooper. The sun had long since set, and my phone was filled with ignored texts from my mother. First things first, Pearl said, typing furiously. Cooper's microchip. You said it's registered to you. Yes, but no buts. That's our leverage. She spun the laptop toward me. Look up the registry, report him as stolen. As I logged into the pet microchip website, my phone rang. It was Caden, my new boss. Hadley, sorry to call so late, but I noticed you seemed off during the afternoon meeting. Everything okay? I glanced at Pearl, who nodded encouragingly. Actually, no. My mother sold my dog without my permission today. I'm trying to get him back. There was a pause. That's actually illegal. Do you need some time off to sort this out? No, I said quickly. Work is the only normal thing I have right now, but thank you. After hanging up, Pearl was grinning. See, even your boss thinks your mum is crazy. Now tell me about this Stephen person. The one with the cruise tickets? He owns the cruise line. Mum met him at some charity gala last year. They've been friends ever since. I made air quotes around the word friends. Perfect. Pearl opened a new browser tab. Let's see what we can find about him. As she searched, my phone buzzed with another text from my mother. Stephen says he can upgrade us to a suite if we book by tomorrow. Don't throw away this opportunity because of a dog. God, she's unbelievable, I muttered, showing Pearl the text. Wait a minute. Pearl squinted at her screen. Stephen Rose. Isn't he the one who got caught in that scandal with the charity funds last year? What scandal? It was all over the local news. Something about misappropriated donations. The charges were dropped, but... She turned the laptop to show me a news article. And my mother's friends with him? I leaned closer to read. Actually, I remember now. Mum used to work with someone who was involved in that investigation. What was his name? Dan Edwards. Pearl's eyes lit up. Can you contact him? Maybe. He and Mum had a huge falling out right after the scandal broke. I pulled out my phone and opened LinkedIn. Here he is. He works at a law firm downtown now. Message him, Pearl urged. He might know something we can use. As I typed out a message to Dan, Pearl continued digging. Your mum's been busy, she said after a while. Look at all these charity event photos. She's on the board of 3 different organisations. Yeah, she loves the attention, I rolled my eyes. Always has to be the centre of... Wait, go back to that photo. Pearl scrolled back. There was my mother standing between Stephen and a familiar face I couldn't quite place. That's William something, Pearl said. He's tagged in the photo, William Fowler. He runs some tech startup. My heart stopped. Pearl, look at his profile picture. There, on William's profile, was a recent photo of him with a golden retriever. My golden retriever. Cooper. Found you, I whispered. Holy shit, Pearl breathed. Hadley, according to this, William is an investor in Stephen's cruise line. The pieces started falling into place. So, my mother sold Cooper to her friend's business partner for cruise tickets. This is good, Pearl said, grabbing my arm. This means we can track him down. And look, there's a charity gala next weekend. All these people will be there. I stared at the event page, an idea forming, including my mother. According to the RSVP list, yes. Why? I pulled out my phone and found Dan Edwards' profile again. Because I think it's time everyone knew exactly what kind of person my mother is. And Dan might be just the person to help us do it. Pearl closed her laptop, a concerned look crossing her face. Hadley, what are you planning? Something my mother taught me, I said, hitting send on my message to Dan. That image is everything, and it's time to shatter hers. Dan Edwards agreed to meet me at a quiet coffee shop downtown, far from my mother's usual haunts. He looked older than I remembered, his hair now completely grey, but his eyes still held that sharp intelligence I recalled from my childhood. Hadley, he said, standing to greet me, you look just like your father. I settled into the chair across from him. That would drive my mother crazy to hear. Good, he smiled grimly. Now tell me why you suddenly want to know about the charity scandal after all this time. I took a deep breath. My mother sold my dog to William Fowler in exchange for cruise tickets from Stephen. Dan's coffee cup froze halfway to his mouth. She did what? I need leverage, I said. Something to make them give Cooper back, and I know you know things about my mother and Stephen that never made it to the papers. He set his cup down slowly. Your mother? She always was good at making things disappear. Money, problems, people who got in her way. What do you mean? The charity scandal wasn't just about missing donations, Dan leaned forward. It was about systematic fraud. Stephen would inflate the value of cruise packages donated to charity auctions. Your mother would arrange for specific buyers to win them at discount prices. The difference would be split between them. My phone buzzed. Another text from my mother. Hadley, darling, the cruise deposit is due tomorrow. Don't make me lose this opportunity. I showed Dan the message. She's still at it, isn't she? Let me guess. Stephen offered her an amazing deal. Dan's voice dripped with sarcasm. A sweet upgrade if we book immediately. Classic pressure tactic. They use the same playbook every time. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through some files. I kept everything, you know. All the evidence. The DA didn't pursue it because bigger fish came along, but what? But the statute of limitations hasn't run out. He showed me some documents. These show your mother's signature on fraudulent paperwork. She claimed these cruise packages were worth triple their actual value. My hands shook as I read. This would ruin her. Yes, it would. Dan sat back. Question is, are you prepared for what that means? Before I could answer, my phone rang. It was Pearl. Hadley, you need to check your email right now, she said without preamble. William Fowler just posted photos of Cooper on Instagram. He's taking him on the same cruise your mum's booking. I quickly opened my email to find Pearl's screenshots. There was Cooper, sitting on a luxury yacht, wearing a new collar that probably cost more than my monthly rent. The cruise is next week, Pearl continued. He's bragging about some VIP package he got through Stephen. Dan was watching me carefully. The gala is this weekend, he said. 3 days before the cruise. Perfect timing to expose everything. But will it be enough to get Cooper back? I asked. Maybe not alone, Dan admitted. But I have something else. Something your mother doesn't know I know about. He pulled out another file. Remember when your father's life insurance policy mysteriously paid out to her instead of you? My heart stopped. She told me Dad changed the beneficiary before he died. He didn't. She forged his signature. I have proof. The coffee shop suddenly felt very small. Why? Why didn't you ever say anything? Because by the time I found out, the scandal had broken, and your mother had made sure I was discredited. He smiled sadly. But now? Now we can use it all. My phone buzzed again, this time with an email from William Fowler himself. Looking forward to meeting you at the gala. Your mother speaks highly of you. He doesn't know, I realised. William doesn't know Cooper was stolen. No, Dan agreed. And I bet good money Stephen didn't tell him where those discounted cruise tickets really came from either. I looked at the documents in front of me, then at the photo of Cooper on William's Instagram. The gala's in 3 days. Yes, and you'll help me? Dan gathered his files. Your mother ruined my career to save herself, cost me my reputation, my savings, everything. So yes, I'll help you. But Hadley, he caught my eye. Be sure you're ready for the fallout. Your mother won't go down quietly. I know, I said, thinking of Cooper, but neither will I. As I left the coffee shop, I called Pearl. Book us tickets for the gala, I said. And remember that black dress you said was too dramatic for any normal occasion? Yeah? Wear it. Because this isn't going to be a normal charity gala. This is going to be a reckoning. The next 2 days at work were a blur of spreadsheets and stolen phone calls. I was in the middle of a budget meeting when Stephen himself called. Hadley, your mother tells me you're hesitating about the cruise. His voice boomed through my phone as I stood in the hallway. Let me sweeten the deal. I'll upgrade both cabins to full suites, ocean view. Both cabins? I asked, playing dumb. Yes, yours and William's. He's bringing his new dog. Wonderful animal, by the way. Your mother mentioned you love dogs. My knuckles turned white around my phone. Did she? Listen, come to the gala tomorrow night. We'll talk details then. Your mother says you're quite the financial whiz. Maybe we could discuss some investment opportunities too. After hanging up, I found Caden waiting by my office door. Everything okay? He asked. You've seemed distracted. I'm sorry, Don't apologise, he cut me off. I overheard your conversation. Stephen Rose, huh? Be careful there. His company's financials are creative, let's say. I looked at him sharply. What do you mean? Let's just say there's a reason we've never done business with them. He paused. Need tomorrow night off? For the gala? How did you... Small world, corporate finance. He smiled. Go. Handle your business. But Hadley, whatever you're planning, make it count. That evening, Pearl and I met Dan at his office to finalise our plan. The wall behind his desk was covered in photos and documents connected by red string. Your mother's been busy since the scandal, Dan said, pointing to recent photos. She's worked her way onto 3 charity boards. Each one has contracted exclusively with Stephen's Cruise Line for their fundraising events. Pearl whistled. That's not suspicious at all. The pattern's the same every time, Dan continued. Inflated valuations, predetermined winners, kickbacks disguised as consulting fees. He tapped a document, and William's company has been their biggest donor. He's being played too, I said softly. Exactly. Dan handed me a USB drive. Everything's here. Financial records, forged documents, the life insurance fraud, all of it. Pearl squeezed my hand. Are you sure about this? Once we do this... She sold Cooper, I said firmly. She sold my dog to fund her fraud scheme. Yes, I'm sure. My phone chimed with a text from my mother. "Darling, what are you wearing tomorrow night? Please tell me not that dreadful black dress from Pearl's birthday." Pearl snorted. She really does hate that dress. "Good," I replied, because that's exactly what I'm wearing. Later that night, I couldn't sleep. I scrolled through William's Instagram, looking at photos of Cooper. He seemed happy at least, well-fed, loved. My phone lit up with a call from an unknown number. "Hello? Is this Hadley?" A male voice. "This is William. William Fowler." My heart stopped. "Yes?" "I hope you don't mind. Stephen gave me your number. Listen, I know this might seem strange, but your mother mentioned you used to have a golden retriever." I sat up straight. "Yes." "It's just Cooper. That's what I named him. He came with this collar. It had a tag with a different name. Max, I think. And when I tried to register his microchip, it was already registered," I finished. A long pause. "Hadley, did your mother sell me your dog?" "Yes," I whispered. "She did." "Jesus Christ." He sounded genuinely shocked. I had no idea. I would never... "Look, we need to talk. At the gala?" "Yes," I said. "But William, don't tell my mother about this call." "Of course not. And Hadley, I'm so sorry." After hanging up, I called Pearl. "William knows," I said when she answered. "This changes things," she replied, in a good way. "Yeah," I said, looking at Dan's USB drive on my nightstand. "It does." My phone buzzed one last time. Another text from my mother. "Stephen just called. Says you're interested in investing. So proud of you, darling. Finally thinking bigger than just that dog." I didn't reply. Instead, I opened my laptop and started transferring Dan's files. Tomorrow night, everyone would see exactly how big my mother could think, and exactly how far I would go to get Cooper back. The ballroom of the Grand Hotel sparkled with crystal chandeliers and the fake smiles of Seattle's elite. Pearl and I arrived fashionably late, turning heads in our matching black dresses. "There's my girl!" My mother's voice carried across the room. She air-kissed my cheeks, then stepped back with a frown. "Oh, you wore the black dress." "You look lovely too, Mum," I said sweetly. "Is Stephen here?" "Of course. He's by the bar with William." She lowered her voice. "Such a catch, that William. Single, successful, and currently in possession of stolen property," Pearl muttered under her breath. My mother's eyes narrowed. "What was that, dear?" "Nothing," Pearl smiled brightly. "Just admiring the chandelier." We made our way to the bar, where Stephen was holding court with a group of investors. William stood slightly apart, looking uncomfortable in his tuxedo. When he saw me, his face drained of colour. "Hadley!" Stephen boomed. "The woman of the hour! William here was just telling me how excited he is to have you join us on the cruise. Weren't you, William?" William's grip tightened on his whiskey glass. "Actually, I needed to talk to Hadley about that." "Later," I said quietly. "Trust me." My mother appeared at Stephen's elbow. "Everyone, they're about to start the presentation. Stephen, darling, aren't you giving a speech?" "That's right." He straightened his tie. "Big announcement about our charitable giving program." Pearl caught my eye and nodded. Right on cue, Dan walked in through the side door, laptop in hand. "Is everything ready?" I whispered to him as he passed. "All set. Just say the word." Stephen took the stage, tapping the microphone. "Good evening, everyone. As chairman of the Coastal Dreams Cruise Line, I'm thrilled to announce our most ambitious charitable giving program yet." I felt a hand on my arm. William had moved closer. "Hadley, about Cooper." "Wait for it," I said, watching Stephen. "Thanks to the tireless efforts of our board member Michelle, we've raised over $2 million for local charities this year alone." My mother beamed, soaking in the applause. I nodded to Dan, who pressed a button on his laptop. The presentation screen behind Stephen flickered. Suddenly, instead of his corporate logo, there were documents, financial records, forged signatures, photos of my mother accepting envelopes in parking lots. What's happening?" Stephen fumbled with his notes. "What's happening," I said loudly, stepping forward, "is the truth. About the fraudulent valuations, the rigged auctions, the kickbacks." The room went dead silent. My mother's face turned pale. "Hadley," she hissed, "what are you doing?" "Showing everyone exactly who you are, Mum, including how you sold my dog to William here in exchange for discounted cruise tickets. Tickets that were part of your latest scheme with Stephen. William stepped forward. Is this true? The cruise package you sold me? It's all true, Dan said, joining us. I have proof of everything, including what really happened to Hadley's father's life insurance policy. My mother's carefully constructed facade cracked. You ungrateful little... Mrs. Lucas, a stern voice cut through the chaos. A man in a dark suit approached, showing a badge. I'm Detective Roberts. We've been investigating these charity auctions for months. I'm afraid you'll need to come with me. This is ridiculous, Stephen sputtered. I've never... William, back me up here. But William was already pulling out his phone. Cooper's microchip registration, he said, showing it to the detective. It's still in Hadley's name. I had no idea he was stolen. Add theft to the charges, Detective Roberts said to his partner. As they led my mother and Stephen away, she turned to me one last time. I did everything for you. Everything. No, Mom. You did everything for yourself. Always. The room erupted in shocked whispers and hurried phone calls. Pearl appeared at my side with my coat. Ready to go? Almost. I turned to William. Cooper is at my house, he finished. With my housekeeper. Would you like to go see him? Now? 20 minutes later, I stood in William's driveway as a familiar golden blur came bounding toward me. Cooper! I fell to my knees as he crashed into me, his tail wagging furiously, covering my face in kisses. He never really settled in, William said, watching us. Now I know why. He was waiting for you. Pearl wiped tears from her eyes. Best revenge ever. It wasn't about revenge, I said, holding Cooper close. It was about justice. I'm coming home. My phone buzzed. A text from Caden. Saw the news. Take Monday off. You've earned it. I smiled, scratching behind Cooper's ears. Let's go home, boy. For real this time. The morning after the gala, my doorbell rang at 7 a.m. Cooper barked once, then wagged his tail as Pearl burst in with coffee and newspapers. Your front page news! She spread 3 different papers across my kitchen counter. Look at these headlines. Charity Gala Scandal Rocks, Seattle Elite, Cruise Line CEO arrested in fraud scheme, and my personal favourite. Daughter exposes mother's criminal enterprise over stolen dog. I sipped my coffee, scratching Cooper's head as he leaned against my leg. Have you heard from... your mother? Oh, just wait. Pearl pulled out her phone and played a voicemail. How dare you help her humiliate me? My mother's voice was shrill, even through the speaker. I'm facing criminal charges because my ungrateful daughter couldn't handle a simple business transaction. And you, Pearl, I always knew you were a bad influence. Delete, Pearl said cheerfully, cutting off the rest. She left me 6 more just like it. My phone rang. William. Hey, I answered. Thanks again for last night. Actually, I'm calling because there's something you should know, he sounded worried. Stephen's lawyers are trying to claim you orchestrated this whole thing to manipulate me and damage the company's reputation. Your mother's backing up their story. Of course she is, I sighed. But we have proof. That's just it, he cut in. I've been going through the company's books all night. There's so much more than what you exposed. I'm heading to the DA's office now to turn over everything. I thought you should know first. Thank you, I said softly. For everything. After hanging up, I found Pearl staring at her phone with wide eyes. What now? Your mum just posted on Facebook. It's wow. She handed me her phone. My mother's post was a masterpiece of manipulation. With a heavy heart, I must address the false accusations made by my daughter. As any mother knows, watching your child struggle with professional jealousy is heartbreaking. The dog in question was legally sold, and any implications of wrongdoing are simply a desperate attempt to... She's really going to try to spin this, I said in disbelief. Of course she is, a familiar voice said. Dan stood in my doorway. I hadn't even heard him knock. But she won't succeed. Not this time. He dropped a thick folder on my counter. The DA wants to meet with you today. They're offering your mother a deal, but they need your testimony to nail Stephen and the others involved in the charity fraud. Cooper padded over to Dan, tail wagging. Dan knelt to pet him, then looked up at me. You should know, they found offshore accounts, lots of them, including one with the money from your father's life insurance policy. My hands started shaking. Pearl grabbed them, steadying me. She's going to jail, isn't she? I whispered. Most likely, Dan nodded. The question is for how long? That depends partly on you. My phone buzzed again, a text from my mother. Meet me at the house. We can fix this. Family first, remember? Don't go, Pearl said immediately. She's right, Dan agreed. Anything you say to her now could compromise the case. I looked at Cooper, remembering how it felt when she took him away. How many other things had she taken over the years? How many times had she justified her actions as mother knows best? I have to go, I said finally. Not to fix anything, but to end it, properly. Then we're coming with you, Pearl declared. 20 minutes later, we pulled up to my mother's house. She opened the door wearing her signature pearls as if nothing had changed. Darling, thank good... What are they doing here? Her smile faltered at the sight of Pearl and Dan. They're my witnesses, I said, walking past her into the house. Cooper stayed close to my side, his presence giving me strength. Witnesses? Don't be dramatic. I taught you better than that. She tried to touch my arm, but I stepped back. No, Mom. You taught me to lie, to manipulate, to take what I want regardless of who it hurts. But here's the thing. I met her eyes steadily. I learned a different lesson instead. And what's that? She asked coldly. That the truth always comes out. Always. I pulled out my phone and pressed record. So, let's talk about Dad's life insurance policy and all those offshore accounts and how long you've really been working with Stephen. Her face went through a series of expressions. Shock, anger, calculation, and finally, something that might have been respect. Well, she said, smoothing her skirt, I suppose you really are my daughter after all. No, I replied. I'm my father's daughter, and it's time you answered for everything you've done. The DA's office was cold and sterile, nothing like the warm, deceptive comfort of my mother's house. Cooper lay at my feet as I gave my official statement, his presence keeping me grounded. And when did you first become aware of the fraudulent activities? The prosecutor, Amanda, asked. I suspected for years, but had proof when Dan showed me the documents. I glanced at Dan, who sat in the corner with Pearl. But honestly, it started with Cooper. The dog. Amanda looked confused. My mother's biggest mistake was selling him, I explained. She'd gotten away with everything else because I always believed her excuses. That the life insurance policy change was Dad's choice. That the college fund went to better use. But Cooper... I reached down to scratch his ears. Cooper was the line she shouldn't have crossed. A knock at the door interrupted us. Another prosecutor entered, looking excited. William just finished his deposition, he announced. You're going to want to hear this. William entered, looking exhausted but determined. The offshore accounts weren't just for the charity fraud, he said without preamble. Stephen was running a full Ponzi scheme through the cruise line. Your mother was his principal recruiter for investors. Jesus, Pearl whispered. There's more, William continued. We found emails. Your mother didn't just sell Cooper to me. She was planning to use my connection to the cruise line to bring in bigger investors. She called it securing the family's future. My phone buzzed. A text from my mother's lawyer. She's ready to talk. Full confession in exchange for consideration during sentencing. Amanda read the message over my shoulder. This is good. With her testimony, we can bring down the entire network. But why now? Pearl asked. Why is she suddenly willing to confess? Because she's lost control of the narrative, Dan said, and control is everything to her. Another knock. This time it was Caden. Sorry to interrupt, he said, but you all need to see this. He held up his tablet, showing a live stream from the local news. My mother sat in an orange jumpsuit, makeup perfect despite her surroundings, speaking directly to the camera. I admit to my mistakes, she was saying, but everything I did was for my daughter, to secure her future, to give her opportunities. Yes, I sold her dog, a decision I deeply regret. But when you're a mother, you do whatever it takes to protect your child's interests. Turn it off, I said quietly. She's trying to spin this into a story about maternal sacrifice, Amanda observed. No, I stood up, Cooper rising with me. She's trying to maintain control one last time, but I have something she doesn't. What's that? William asked. The truth. I pulled out my phone and dialed my mother's lawyer. Tell her I'll speak at her sentencing, but not to help her, to tell everyone exactly who she is. 2 weeks later, I stood in the courtroom, facing my mother. She'd traded her pearls for prison orange, but her eyes were as calculating as ever. My mother taught me that image is everything, I began. That perception matters more than reality. That love is conditional, based on what you can provide. She sold my dog, my best friend, not because she needed money, but because she needed to prove she could. That her control over my life was absolute. I took a deep breath, feeling Cooper press against my leg, Pearl's hand on my shoulder, Dan's supportive nod from the gallery. But she was wrong about everything. Love isn't a transaction. Family isn't a business deal. And the truth always matters more than the story you tell about it. My mother's face remained impassive, but her hands trembled slightly. I'm not here to ask for leniency, I continued. I'm here to say that every choice has consequences. Every betrayal leaves a mark. And sometimes the biggest act of love is holding someone accountable for their actions. The judge leaned forward. And what consequences do you believe appropriate, given your mother's cooperation? I looked directly at my mother, whatever the court decides. Because for the first time in my life, I'm not responsible for managing her choices, or protecting her image, or believing her lies. As the bailiff led her away, my mother turned to me one last time. I really did do it all for you, she said softly. No, Mum, you did it for yourself, and now we both have to live with that truth. Outside the courthouse, Cooper bounded ahead as Pearl, Dan, William and Caden walked with me to the car. You okay? Pearl asked. I watched Cooper playing in the sunshine, free and happy. Yeah, I said. I really am. The morning newspaper sat untouched on my kitchen counter as Cooper and I shared our usual breakfast routine. Pearl let herself in, carrying coffee in her laptop. Have you read it? She asked, nodding toward the paper. Not yet. I took a sip of the coffee she offered. How bad is it? 15 years, she said softly. Stephen got 20. The headlines are calling it Justice Served. Cooper padded over, resting his head on my lap as I finally picked up the paper. My mother's booking photo stared back at me, her perfect posture unchanged by prison clothes. She wrote you a letter, Pearl said, pulling an envelope from her bag. It came to my address. I turned the envelope over in my hands, recognising the precise handwriting. Did you read it? Of course not. She paused. Are you going to? Before I could answer, my doorbell rang. William stood there with a familiar-looking folder. The DA finished processing the offshore accounts, he said, walking in. They found your father's life insurance money, all of it. They're releasing it back to you as the rightful beneficiary. I stared at the folder. I don't want it. What? Pearl and William said in unison. I want to donate it to the animal shelter where I found Cooper. I scratched behind Cooper's ears. Maybe help other dogs find their real families. William smiled. I can help with that. Set up a proper foundation, make it official. Speaking of official, Pearl interjected. Caden called. The promotion board reviewed your case. They're worried about having a convicted fraudster's daughter handling client accounts. I finished. Actually, no, she grinned. They're impressed with your integrity. You're being promoted to senior analyst. My phone buzzed. A text from Dan. Turn on the news. Now. We crowded around Pearl's laptop as she pulled up the local news station. Stephen was being led into court, but it was the headline that caught my attention. Cruise Line CEO names additional conspirators in expanding fraud case. He's turning on everyone, William said, including your mother. It doesn't matter, I replied, picking up her unopened letter. She's already lost everything that mattered to her, her reputation, her social standing, her control. I ripped the letter in half, then quarters, letting the pieces fall into the recycling bin. You don't want to know what she said? Pearl asked. I already know. It would be another manipulation, another attempt to rewrite history. I stood up, grabbing Cooper's leash. Want to come with us to the shelter? I think it's time to start turning this story into something good. At the shelter, the director couldn't believe the size of the donation. This will fund our medical care programme for years, she said, wiping away tears. I want to do more than just write a cheque, I told her. I want to volunteer, help other dogs find their forever homes. Like I found mine, a voice said behind us. It was William, holding a squirming puppy. Meet my new friend. The shelter staff helped me pick her out, Pearl laughed. Another golden retriever? Actually, William smiled. She's Cooper's sister from a new litter. The shelter just got them in. I thought, maybe it's time to make some better memories. Cooper sniffed the puppy carefully, then gave her a gentle lick. The puppy yipped happily, trying to wrestle with her big brother. See? Pearl nudged me. Family isn't always what we're born into. Sometimes it's what we choose. My phone buzzed one last time, another news alert. Michelle Lucas transferred to federal prison. I deleted it without reading further. You know what the best revenge is? I said, watching Cooper play with his sister. Living well, being happy, choosing love over control. Speaking of choices, William said, the shelter's having a fundraising event next month. Would you like to help organise it? Do it right this time. No fake valuations, I teased. No fraud, he promised. Just good people helping good causes. Count me in, Pearl declared. We'll show them how it's done. Cooper barked in agreement, making us all laugh. As we walked out of the shelter, the puppy's adoption papers signed and a volunteer schedule in hand, I felt lighter than I had in weeks. My mother had taught me that image was everything, but she was wrong. The truth was everything. And the truth was, I'd finally found my real family, not in the perfect facade of my mother's world, but in the messy, authentic love of true friends, loyal dogs, and choices that made me proud. Ready to go home? Pearl asked. I looked at my unlikely family, Pearl, William, Cooper, and now a new puppy, and smiled. I already am home.
I knew something was off the moment I walked into the bridal suite. The air felt wrong, too still, like the pause before someone delivers bad news. Champagne bottles lined the vanity, but no one offered me a glass. 5 bridesmaids lounged in matching silk robes, their laughter cutting short when I entered. "Olive, you're finally here." Penny's voice carried that sugary tone she used when she was about to be cruel. I'd known her long enough to recognize it, 15 years of friendship teaching me all her tells. "Sorry I'm late. Traffic was insane." I set down my overnight bag, scanning the room for my bridesmaid robe. Everyone else was already halfway through hair and makeup. Penny glided toward me, impossibly elegant even in loungewear, her engagement ring catching the light with every gesture. "Don't worry about it. Actually, I need to talk to you about something." My stomach tightened. I'd spent the last 6 months helping her plan this wedding. Countless venue tours, cake tastings, and late-night text sessions about centerpieces. I'd even taken time off work to be here for her. "What's up?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She guided me to the corner of the suite, but not far enough that the others couldn't hear. "So, there's been a slight change with the bridesmaids' dresses." "Oh?" I'd already picked up my sage green gown weeks ago, had it altered to fit perfectly. "Everyone else is wearing sage, but I thought..." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a practiced gesture of false apology. "I thought maybe you could wear this instead." She pulled out a garment bag I hadn't noticed before, unzipping it to reveal a dress in a jarring mustard yellow. The style was completely different from what the others would be wearing. Unflattering ruffles across the bodice, a hemline that would hit at the worst possible spot on my calves. "I don't understand," I said, my voice smaller than I intended. Behind us, I heard a muffled snicker. "It's just that the photos will look more balanced this way," Penny explained, not quite meeting my eyes. "With your body type, the sage was a bit unforgiving, and Ramon's cousin is taking your place in the original lineup." The room went silent. I could feel every eye on me, waiting for my reaction. "My place in the lineup?" My mouth went dry. "What does that mean?" Penny sighed, dropping the act. "Look, you're still a bridesmaid, just not a main one anymore. You'll be at the end, next to the flower girl." The flower girl was 8. "When did you decide this?" I asked, heat rising to my face. "Does it matter? It's my wedding, Olive." There it was, the edge in her voice, the one that appeared whenever she was challenged. I need everything to be perfect. Perfect. The word she'd been throwing around for months. Perfect venue, perfect flowers, perfect photos. And apparently, I wasn't perfect enough to stand near her. "You could have told me before today," my voice cracked. "Before I took time off work, before I spent $300 altering a dress I apparently won't be wearing." Claire, another bridesmaid, looked down at her champagne glass, uncomfortable. The others watched with barely concealed fascination. "Don't make this a big deal," Penny said, loud enough for everyone to hear. "It's just a dress, just a different spot in the lineup." But it wasn't just a dress. It was 15 years of friendship. It was every time I'd stood in Penny's shadow, telling myself it was where I belonged. It was the realization that, to her, I was an accessory to be rearranged when something better came along. "Who's taking my spot?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "Mia, Ramon's cousin." Penny gestured toward a woman I hadn't noticed before, lounging on the chaise in the corner. Tall, willowy, with the kind of effortless beauty that belonged in magazines. She wiggled her fingers at me in a half-hearted wave. "She's a model," Penny added unnecessarily. "The photos will be stunning." Something inside me cracked. Not just because of the dress or the lineup, but because in that moment, I saw our friendship clearly for the first time. I was disposable to her. Always had been. "I need some air," I managed to say, turning toward the door. "Olive, don't be dramatic. We need to start getting ready." Penny's voice hardened. "The photographer will be here in an hour." I paused at the door, looking back at the room of women who weren't really my friends, at the yellow dress laid out like an insult, at Penny's impatient expression. "You know what? I quit." The words left my mouth before I could think better of them. Penny's eyes widened. "You can't quit a wedding." "Watch me." I grabbed my bag and walked out, the door closing on a chorus of shocked whispers. In the hallway, my hands shook as I pressed the elevator button. 15 years of friendship, and this was how it ended, with a mustard yellow dress and the realization that I'd never really mattered. The elevator doors opened, and as I stepped inside, my phone buzzed with Penny's name on the screen. I declined the call. For the first time in our friendship, I wasn't going to come when Penny called, and it felt terrifying. And right, I sat in my car in the hotel parking lot, engine off, staring at my phone as it lit up again and again. 12 missed calls from Penny, 23 text messages, each one more desperate than the last. "Olive, you're being ridiculous." "The photographer is waiting. Everyone is asking where you are. This is my day. Stop making it about you. Please come back. I'm sorry about the dress. The last one almost got me." Almost. I'd spent so many years accepting Penny's half-hearted apologies, convincing myself they meant something. Not today. I tossed my phone onto the passenger seat and pressed my forehead against the steering wheel. The wedding was at 4 Amtsus. It was 1:37 now. Part of me, the part that had been Penny's faithful sidekick since middle school, wanted to go back, slip into that hideous yellow dress, and stand where I was told, but I couldn't. Not after seeing the look on her face when she'd revealed her plan. Not after realizing she'd orchestrated my humiliation in front of everyone. My phone buzzed again. Not Penny this time, but Levi. My closest friend outside of Penny's orbit. The only person who'd warned me, repeatedly, that Penny treated me like garbage. "You okay? Thought you'd be deep in wedding hell by now." I picked up the phone, my fingers hovering over the screen. What could I even say? That Penny had demoted me in her wedding party because I wasn't pretty enough for her photos. That I'd walked out 2 hours before the ceremony. "Wedding hell cancelled. I quit." His response was immediate. "Anne." "What happened?" "Long story. Can I come over?" "Doors open. Bring alcohol." 30 minutes later, I was sitting on Levi's balcony, a glass of wine in my hand, spilling the whole ugly story. The yellow dress, the demotion, the model cousin who'd taken my place. "I should have seen it coming," I said, staring out at the city skyline. "She's always been like this. I just never wanted to admit it." Levi leaned back in his chair, his expression a mixture of sympathy and "I told you so." "Remember when she forgot to invite you to her birthday last year? Or when she borrowed your car for a weekend and returned it with an empty tank and a dent she never paid for?" I know. I took a long sip of wine. "I've been making excuses for her forever." "Because you're loyal. It's not a bad quality, Olive. You just gave it to someone who didn't deserve it. My phone, which I'd placed face down on the table, buzzed again. I ignored it. Aren't you going to check that? Levi asked. It's just Penny. She's been texting non-stop. Maybe it's someone else from the wedding, Claire or someone. I hesitated, then flipped the phone over. It wasn't Penny, it was Claire. You need to see this. Penny's losing it. Attached was a video. I pressed play, and Penny's face filled the screen, her makeup half done, eyes wild. I can't believe she did this to me, she was saying to someone off camera. 15 years of friendship and she walks out on my wedding day. After everything I've done for her. I snorted. Everything she's done for me. The video continued. Penny paced the bridal suite, gesturing dramatically. She's always been jealous. Always. Ever since Ramon and I got together. She can't stand that I'm happy. My stomach dropped. What is she talking about? I introduced them. You know what? Penny's voice turned cold in the video. This is better. The photos will be perfect now. And honestly, I was only keeping her in the wedding because I felt sorry for her. She's been so pathetic since Gareth dumped her. The video ended. I stared at the blank screen, my cheeks burning with humiliation and rage. Wow, Levi said quietly. Wow. She's lying. My voice shook. I wasn't jealous. I helped her pick out her engagement ring for God's sake. Another text from Claire came through. There's more. She told everyone you've been in love with Ramon for years. That's why she says you quit. The room seemed to tilt sideways. This wasn't just Penny being thoughtless or self-centered. This was deliberate character assassination. She's rewriting history, I whispered, making me the villain so she doesn't have to feel bad about what she did. Levi took my phone gently from my hand. Classic narcissist move. When they can't control you, they control how others see you. Something cold and hard settled in my chest. All those years of friendship, of putting Penny first, of shrinking myself to make her shine. And this was how she repaid me, by destroying my reputation the moment I stood up for myself. I need to respond, I said, reaching for my phone. I need to tell everyone what really happened. That's exactly what she wants, Levi warned. She wants you to look crazy and defensive. To prove her right. I paused, a new thought forming. What if I don't react at all? What if I do something she'd never expect? Like what? I took a deep breath, the beginnings of a plan taking shape. Like showing everyone exactly who Penny Kennedy really is. Levi's eyebrows shot up. What are you thinking? I'm thinking, I said slowly, that Penny's not the only one with access to embarrassing information. And I'm thinking her perfect wedding livestream might need some editorial adjustments. A slow smile spread across Levi's face. You know I work in IT, right? Specifically network security and digital systems. For the first time since walking out of that bridal suite, I felt something other than hurt. Something that felt dangerously close to power. Tell me more, I said. So the live stream is being handled by Ramon's cousin's company, I explained, pacing Levi's living room. Penny wouldn't stop bragging about how they're using some fancy multi-camera setup so her family in Europe can watch. Levi nodded, fingers flying across his laptop keyboard. And you're sure it's going live on their wedding website? Positive. She sent everyone the link last week. I pulled up the email on my phone and showed him. The ceremony starts in an hour. Perfect. Levi's eyes never left his screen. Their security is decent, but not great. I can probably get us access to their video feed before it goes public. My stomach fluttered with a mixture of anxiety and exhilaration. Was I really doing this? Planning to sabotage Penny's wedding livestream? What exactly are we looking for? Levi asked. I sat down beside him, my resolve hardening as I remembered Claire's video. Penny smearing my name, twisting our friendship into something ugly. Penny keeps a private Instagram account, I said. Only her closest friends have access. She posts things there she'd never want public. Complaints about guests, unflattering drunk photos, screenshots of private conversations. Including stuff about Ramon. I nodded. She's not always kind about him or his family, especially when she's been drinking. Levi whistled low. And you think we can splice that content into the live stream? If anyone can figure it out, it's you. I bumped his shoulder with mine. You're the tech genius. He gave me a half smile. Flattery will get you everywhere. But Olive, are you sure about this? Once it's done, there's no taking it back. The question hit me harder than I expected. Was I sure? This wasn't just standing up for myself. This was active revenge, something I'd never considered myself capable of before today. My voice caught. I don't know. But she's telling everyone I'm in love with her fiancé. She humiliated me in front of people I've known for years. And she's been doing this kind of thing our entire friendship. Levi set his laptop aside and turned to face me fully. You don't have to justify it to me. I'm on your side no matter what. I just want you to be sure you can live with whatever happens next. His concern made my eyes sting. When was the last time someone had prioritized my feelings this way? Let me think about it, I said finally. Can we at least get access to the feed? Then I'll decide. Fair enough. He returned to his laptop. This might take a while. Want to order food? 2 hours and 1 pizza later, Levi let out a triumphant, "Ha!" that made me jump. You did it? I asked, leaning over to see his screen. I'm in. And look, they're already streaming. The ceremony just ended. Sure enough, there was Penny in her designer gown, radiant as she and Ramon walked back down the aisle. Guests threw rose petals. Everyone smiled. It looked perfect, exactly as Penny had planned. My resolve wavered. Maybe this is a mistake. Maybe I should just let it go. Levi didn't respond immediately. Then, hold on. What's this? He clicked through some files on the production company's server. They've got pre-ceremony footage. Looks like they were filming in the bridal suite earlier. Can you play it? He nodded, clicking on a file. The video opened to show Penny in her robe, champagne in hand, surrounded by bridesmaids. My stomach clenched at the familiar scene. This was filmed right before I arrived. So Olive's coming, right? One of the bridesmaids asked. You said she was bringing the special champagne. Penny rolled her eyes. God, I hope she remembers. I told her like 5 times. But you know Olive, always a mess. Is she still wearing that green dress? Another voice asked. Mia, Ramon's model cousin. Penny laughed, the sound sharp and mean. No way. I had the yellow one made special. There's no way I'm letting her ruin my photos. Can you imagine? She'd look like a lumpy sofa next to you all. The bridesmaids tittered nervously. Penny, Claire's voice came from off-camera. That's really mean. Oh, please, Penny waved her hand dismissively. Olive knows her place. She always comes back, no matter how I treat her. It's actually kind of sad. The video continued, but I couldn't watch anymore. My hand shook as I stood up. Are you okay? Levi asked, pausing the footage. Play the rest, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. I want to see it all. For the next 20 minutes, we watched as Penny mocked me, complained about Ramon's family, and made racist comments about the wedding coordinator. She bragged about how she'd manipulated Ramon into a more expensive venue and admitted she'd only invited his parents because they were paying for the honeymoon. By the end, my shock had hardened into something cold and certain. So, Levi said quietly, what do you want to do? I took a deep breath. I want to show everyone exactly who they're celebrating today. You're sure? I nodded, but not like we planned, not with her private Instagram. I pointed to the screen. With this, her own words, in her own voice, no editing, no manipulation, just the truth. Levi studied my face. That's actually more elegant and more devastating. Can you do it? Can you make this footage play during the reception live stream? He cracked his knuckles. Absolutely. The question is when. I thought about it, remembering the wedding schedule I'd helped create. The speeches. Right after Ramon's best man speaks, Penny's going to give a toast. That's when everyone will be watching. Perfect timing. Levi turned back to his laptop. I'll set it up, but Olive. Yeah? This changes things between you and Penny forever. You know that, right? I looked at the frozen image of Penny on the screen, her face twisted in mockery as she imitated me. 15 years of friendship, and this was who she really was. Who she'd always been. Good, I said. It's about time. We should go to the venue, I said, checking the time on my phone. The reception's starting soon. Levi looked up from his laptop. You want to be there in person? Are you sure that's a good idea? I need to see her face when it happens. The certainty in my voice surprised even me. Besides, we need to be close enough to make sure the stream works. Fair point. He closed his laptop and slipped it into his messenger bag. But how are we getting in? Won't they have your name crossed off the list by now? I smiled, pulling out my phone to show him the text from Claire. Everyone's asking where you are. Penny told the coordinator you're dealing with a personal emergency, but will be at the reception. She's worried you'll make a scene if she officially cuts you from the guest list. She's keeping up appearances, I explained. Classic Penny move. She'd rather pretend everything's fine than admit she lost control of someone. Levi grabbed his car keys. Then let's crash a wedding. 30 minutes later, we pulled into the parking lot of the Westbrook, an upscale hotel where Penny had booked the grand ballroom. Through the lobby windows, I could see guests in formal wear mingling, champagne glasses in hand. Ready? Levi asked, squeezing my hand. I nodded, though my heart hammered against my ribs. We walked through the lobby toward the ballroom entrance, where a bored-looking attendant checked names off a list. Olive Grant, I said with more confidence than I felt. And guest. The attendant scanned the list, then nodded. Go right in. They're about to serve dinner. Inside, the ballroom was transformed exactly as Penny had planned. Soft lighting, lush floral arrangements, a string quartet playing in the corner. I spotted Penny and Ramon at the head table, her hand possessively on his arm as they greeted guests. There's a service corridor behind that door, I whispered to Levi, pointing discreetly. It leads to a small control room where the AV team is set up. That's where we need to be. How do you know that? I helped plan this wedding, remember? I know every inch of this venue. We skirted the edge of the room, avoiding Penny's line of sight. Just as we reached the service door, someone called my name. Olive, oh my God, you came. I turned to see Claire hurrying toward us, her sage green bridesmaid dress swishing around her ankles. Her eyes were wide with surprise and something else. Relief? Claire, hi. I tensed, unsure if she was friend or foe after everything that had happened. This is Levi. Nice to meet you. She barely glanced at him before turning back to me. Olive, I'm so sorry about what happened. The way Penny treated you was awful. Her sincerity caught me off guard. Claire had always been firmly in Penny's orbit, never questioning, never challenging. Why are you telling me this now? I asked. She looked around nervously. Because I'm tired of it too. The way she talks about people behind their backs, the constant manipulation. After you left, she spent an hour spreading lies about you. I know. I saw the video you sent. Claire shook her head. That was just the beginning. It got worse at the ceremony. She lowered her voice. She told Ramon's parents you declined to be in the wedding because you're in love with him. My stomach dropped. She what? His mother kept giving me these pitying looks, asking if you were getting the help you need. Claire's expression hardened. It's disgusting, and it's not the first time she's done something like this. I exchanged glances with Levi. What do you mean? Remember Jasmine? Penny's roommate from college, Claire asked. Of course. Jasmine had been part of our friend group until she and Penny had a falling out 3 years ago. Penny said she stole money from her. Claire laughed bitterly. That's what she told everyone. The truth is, Jasmine caught Penny cheating on Ramon with her ex. Penny destroyed her reputation before she could tell anyone. The revelation hit me like a physical blow. Not just because it meant Penny had cheated on Ramon, but because I'd believed her lies about Jasmine. I'd cut Jasmine out of my life without question, just like Penny wanted. How do you know this? I asked. Jasmine reached out to me last year, showed me texts, photos, everything. Claire glanced toward the head table. I confronted Penny. She swore it was a one-time mistake, that she truly loves Ramon. Made me promise not to tell anyone. I felt sick. How many other people had Penny hurt? How many relationships had she poisoned? Why are you telling me this now? I asked again. Because I saw your face when you walked out of that bridal suite. Claire's eyes filled with tears. And I recognized it. It's the same face I see in the mirror every time I let Penny manipulate me into hurting someone else. Her words hung between us, raw and honest. In that moment, I saw Claire not as Penny's accomplice, but as another victim of her manipulation. Claire, I said carefully, what would you say if I told you Penny's about to get exactly what she deserves? She studied my face. I'd say it's about damn time. I glanced at Levi, who gave me a subtle nod. Do you know when the speeches are scheduled? I asked. After the main course. About 20 minutes from now. Claire's eyes narrowed. Why? What are you planning? I took a deep breath. Something that can't be undone. Something that might hurt Ramon too. Ramon deserves to know who he married, Claire said firmly, and I want to help. Her offer surprised me. You'd risk your friendship with Penny? What friendship? Claire's laugh was hollow. I'm just another prop to her, like you were, like we all are. In that moment, my plan shifted. It wasn't just about my revenge anymore. It was about breaking Penny's power over all of us. Okay, I said, making a decision. Here's what we need to do. The service corridor was narrow and dimly lit, smelling of cleaning products and kitchen steam. Claire led the way, her bridesmaid dress brushing against the walls as we hurried toward the AV control room. It's just ahead, she whispered. There's usually only one tech person monitoring everything. Levi adjusted his messenger bag. Perfect. I can handle that. We reached a door marked Staff Only, and Claire knocked softly. A young man with headphones opened it, his eyes widening at the sight of Claire in her bridesmaid dress. Hi, Josh, she said, flashing a smile I'd never seen her use before. These are the additional techs I mentioned. For the special video surprise? Josh frowned. No one told me about any special video. It's a last-minute addition from the bride, I interjected, stepping forward. Penny wants it played right after the best man's speech. She's very particular about the timing. I don't know. Josh hesitated. I'm supposed to follow the rundown sheet. Claire touched his arm. It's Penny's wedding gift to Ramon. She'll be devastated if it doesn't happen exactly as she planned. I watched with grudging admiration as Claire manipulated him. She'd clearly learned from the master. Fine, Josh sighed. But if anything goes wrong, I'm telling them it was your idea. Of course, Claire agreed sweetly. Josh let us into the small room, which was crowded with monitors showing different angles of the reception. One screen displayed the live stream that was currently broadcasting to absent guests and Penny's social media followers. I need to check on the wedding party, Claire said. They'll wonder where I am. Josh, could you show me which entrance gets me back to the head table quickest? As Claire led Josh out of the room, Levi immediately sat down at the control panel and connected his laptop. We have maybe 10 minutes before he comes back, I said, watching the door. That's all I need. Levy's fingers flew across the keyboard. I'm setting up the pre-ceremony footage to automatically insert into the live stream during the speeches. I looked at the monitors, watching guests laugh and eat. On the center screen, Penny glowed with bridal perfection, accepting compliments and posing for photos. Ramon sat beside her, looking handsome but slightly uncomfortable in his tuxedo. What if this is wrong? I said suddenly. Ramon didn't do anything to deserve this. Levi paused his typing. You're having second thoughts? Not about Penny, but Ramon, finding out his wife cheated on him, in front of everyone, on his wedding day. From what Claire said, it sounds like he deserves to know the truth. But like this, I gestured at the screens, in front of his family, his friends, while the whole thing streams online. Levi turned to face me fully. Olive, what's really going on? This was your idea. I sank into the chair beside him, the weight of what we were about to do suddenly heavy on my shoulders. I want Penny to face consequences. I want everyone to see who she really is. But I'm becoming just like her, aren't I? The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Manipulating people, orchestrating public humiliation, using other people's pain for my own purposes. Levy was quiet for a moment. There's a difference, he finally said. Penny hurts people to elevate herself. You're exposing the truth to stop her from hurting more people. The result is the same, though. Pain, humiliation. I looked at the monitor where Ramon was now laughing at something his best man said. He doesn't deserve this. Before Levi could respond, the door opened and Claire slipped back in. Josh is getting the microphones ready for the speeches, she said breathlessly. We don't have much time. She noticed our serious expressions. What's wrong? I'm not sure we should do this, I admitted. Not to Ramon, at least. Claire's expression softened. I understand. But Olive, there's something you should know. She pulled out her phone and opened her text messages. This is from Jasmine. I texted her after our conversation earlier. She handed me the phone. The message read, "It wasn't just once with the ex. She's been seeing Gareth again for months. Ramon has no idea." My blood ran cold. Gareth? My Gareth? Claire nodded grimly. Your ex. Penny's been sleeping with him since before you two broke up. The room seemed to tilt sideways. Gareth had ended our relationship 6 months ago, claiming he needed space and wasn't ready for commitment. 2 weeks later, Penny had asked me to be her bridesmaid, consoling me over wine about how men were trash and I deserved better, all while she was sleeping with him. How do you know this is true? I asked, my voice barely audible. Jasmine has proof. Screenshots of their conversations, photos of them together. Claire took her phone back. I'm sorry, Olive. I thought you knew. The final piece clicked into place. Why Penny had been so eager to keep me close, to make me her bridesmaid, despite clearly not wanting me in her photos. It wasn't friendship. It was guilt. Or worse, a sick enjoyment of having power over me. Do it, I said to Levi, my voice steady despite the storm raging inside me. Play everything, all of it. Levi studied my face. You're sure? Ramon deserves to know who he married, and I deserve to stop protecting someone who never protected me. He nodded and turned back to his laptop. It's set. When the best man finishes his speech, the pre-ceremony footage will automatically cut into the live stream. What about the ballroom screens? Claire asked. Everyone here needs to see it too. Already done, Levi confirmed. The same feed goes to the projectors in the room. A commotion from the monitors drew our attention. The best man was standing, tapping his champagne glass with a spoon. Guests were taking their seats. It's starting, Claire whispered. I watched as the best man began his speech, telling stories about Ramon's college days, their friendship, how he'd never seen Ramon as happy as he was with Penny. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. In just minutes, everything would change. Relationships would shatter, reputations would crumble, and I would be responsible. Olive, Levi said quietly, his hand finding mine. Last chance to stop this. I looked at the monitor where Penny sat, radiant in her white gown, a picture of innocent joy as she gazed adoringly at Ramon. No, I said, squeezing Levi's hand. Some truths need to be told. The best man's speech dragged on, each joke and sentimental story stretching my nerves tighter. On the monitor, I watched Penny laugh at all the right moments, her hand resting possessively on Ramon's arm. The perfect bride, the perfect lie. And so, the best man concluded, raising his glass, to Ramon and Penny, may your marriage be as beautiful as today has been. Guests applauded. Penny stood to take the microphone, smoothing her gown with practiced grace. It's happening, Claire whispered. Levi's program was set to trigger the moment Penny began speaking. I held my breath, watching her lips form the words, "Thank you all for coming," when suddenly the control room door burst open. Josh rushed in, followed by a tall man in a tuxedo I recognized immediately. Gareth, my ex-boyfriend, Penny's lover. "What the hell is going on in here?" Gareth demanded, his eyes landing on me with a flash of recognition. "Olive, how did you—" I began, but Josh cut me off. "I checked with the wedding planner. There's no special video surprise." He pointed accusingly at Claire. "You lied to me." Claire stepped forward. "Josh, please, you don't understand." "I understand perfectly," Gareth interrupted, his gaze moving from me to Levi's laptop, which was connected to the control panel. "You're trying to sabotage Penny's wedding." The irony of his concern for Penny's wedding nearly made me laugh. "That's rich coming from you, Gareth. How long have you been sleeping with the bride?" His face paled. "What are you talking about?" "Don't bother denying it. We know everything." I gestured to Claire. "We have proof." Josh looked between us, confusion written across his face. "What's happening?" "Nothing," Gareth said firmly. "These two aren't authorized to be here, and whatever they've set up needs to be disconnected immediately." He moved toward Levi's laptop, but I stepped between them. "Don't touch it," I warned. "Olive, be reasonable," Gareth said, his voice dropping to that soothing tone he'd always used when he wanted to manage me. "Whatever you think you know, this isn't the way to handle it. Reasonable." I felt something snap inside me. Was it reasonable when you dumped me because you weren't ready for commitment, while you were screwing my best friend behind my back? Was it reasonable when Penny asked me to be her bridesmaid, knowing what she'd done? Gareth's expression confirmed everything before he could deny it. Josh's eyes widened as he finally understood the drama unfolding in his control room. "Holy shit," Josh muttered. On the monitor, Penny was midway through her speech, thanking her parents for their support. The countdown on Levi's laptop showed 30 seconds until the video would interrupt the live stream. "You need to stop this," Gareth said, an edge of panic in his voice. "You have no idea what you're about to do." "I know exactly what I'm doing," I replied. "I'm showing everyone who Penny really is. And destroying Ramon in the process," Gareth countered. "Is that what you want? To hurt an innocent person?" His words hit their mark. Ramon was innocent, but then again, so was I when Penny decided to sleep with my boyfriend. 20 seconds, Levi murmured. Gareth turned to him. "Look, man, I get that you're helping your friend, but this is going too far. There are better ways to handle this." "Like how?" Claire demanded. "Penny has manipulated and hurt people for years. She's never faced a single consequence." "So talk to her," Gareth exclaimed. "Confront her privately. Hell, tell Ramon privately if you must, but not like this. Not in front of everyone he loves." 10 seconds, Levi said. I looked at the monitor where Ramon sat, smiling up at his new wife with genuine adoration. In that moment, I saw myself 6 months ago, looking at Gareth the same way, completely unaware of the betrayal happening behind my back. "Stop it," I said suddenly to Levi. "Turn it off." Levi looked up, surprised. "Are you sure?" "Yes." The certainty in my voice surprised even me. Gareth is right about one thing. Ramon doesn't deserve this. Levi quickly typed a command, cancelling the program with 2 seconds to spare. I exhaled, not realizing I'd been holding my breath. "Thank you," Gareth said, relief evident in his voice. I turned to him, my momentary compassion for Ramon hardening into renewed anger. "Don't thank me, this isn't over." "Olive." "No," I cut him off. "You don't get to speak to me. Not after what you did." On the monitor, Penny was concluding her speech, raising her glass in a toast, the perfect image of the blushing bride, untouched by the chaos unfolding behind the scenes. "So what now?" Claire asked quietly. Before I could answer, the control room door opened again. This time, it was Nadine, the wedding coordinator I'd worked with for months planning Penny's perfect day. "There you are, Olive," she said, her professional smile firmly in place despite the tension radiating through the room. "Penny's asking for you." "Me?" I couldn't hide my surprise. "Why?" "She wants all the bridesmaids for photos before the cake cutting." Nadine's eyes took in the strange gathering in the control room but remained professionally neutral. She specifically mentioned you should be included. Claire and I exchanged glances. This made no sense. Penny had humiliated me, demoted me, and spread lies about me. Now she wanted me in her photos. Tell her I declined, I said. Nadine's smile tightened. She was quite insistent. Said to tell you it's important. A cold realization washed over me. This wasn't about photos. Penny must have noticed my absence, perhaps even spotted me entering the service corridor. She was trying to flush me out, to control the situation as she always did. Actually, I said slowly, a new plan forming. Tell her I'll be right there. After Nadine left, Gareth grabbed my arm. Olive, whatever you're thinking. I jerked away from his touch. You lost the right to tell me what to do when you started sleeping with my best friend. It wasn't like that, he insisted. It's complicated. It's actually very simple, I replied, my voice steady. You're both liars. And now, instead of exposing Penny to everyone, I'm going to confront her directly, just like you suggested. I turned to Claire. Are you with me? She nodded without hesitation. Absolutely. As we headed for the door, Levi called after me. What should I do with the footage? I paused, looking back at him, then at Gareth, whose face had gone pale again. Keep it ready, I said. This isn't over until Penny faces what she's done. The ballroom was a blur of elegant decorations and clinking glasses as Claire and I made our way through the crowd. My heart hammered against my ribs, each beat a reminder of what I was about to do. Confront Penny, in person, at her wedding. Are you okay? Claire asked, her voice barely audible above the string quartet. No, I admitted, but I'm done letting her think she can control me. We approached the head table where Penny sat, laughing with Ramon and his parents. When she spotted us, her smile faltered for just a fraction of a second before returning, brighter and more artificial than before. Olive, she exclaimed, rising from her seat. You made it. I was so worried about you. The performance was flawless, concern in her eyes, warmth in her voice. If I hadn't known better, I might have believed she actually cared. Nadine said you wanted photos, I replied, my voice steadier than I felt. Yes, of course. She gestured to a photographer hovering nearby. We're doing the bridesmaid pictures before cake cutting. I saved you a spot. Ramon stood, offering me a genuine smile. Olive, glad you could make it after all. Penny was really upset when you had your emergency. The kindness in his eyes made my stomach twist. He had no idea what was coming. Actually, I said, I need to speak with Penny privately first. Bridesmaid stuff. Penny's smile tightened. Can't it wait? The photographer's on a schedule. It'll just take a minute, Claire interjected, linking her arm through Penny's. Wedding day jitters, right? Before Penny could protest further, we guided her away from the table, through a set of French doors that led to a small terrace overlooking the hotel gardens. The night air was cool against my flushed skin, the distant sound of traffic a reminder of the world beyond this moment. As soon as the doors closed behind us, Penny yanked her arm free from Claire's grasp. What the hell is going on? She demanded, her bride persona vanishing instantly. First you abandoned me this morning, then you sneak around my reception with Claire. Are you trying to ruin my wedding? That was the plan, I said calmly. Her eyes widened. What? We were going to expose you, Penny. Show everyone who you really are. What are you talking about? She laughed, but it sounded hollow. Expose what? The things you said about me this morning. The lies you've been spreading about me being in love with Ramon. Your affair with Gareth. The colour drained from her face. You're insane. We have proof, Claire said. Videos, texts, everything. Penny's gaze darted between us, calculating. I could almost see her mind racing, looking for an escape route, a way to twist this to her advantage. So what now? She finally asked. You're going to humiliate me at my own wedding? Destroy my marriage before it even begins? That's pretty vindictive, Olive. I didn't think you had it in you. That's the difference between us, I replied. I don't want to be like you. I don't want to hurt people just because I can. Then why are you here? Her voice took on a desperate edge. What do you want? The question hung in the air between us. What did I want? Revenge? Justice? An apology? None of it seemed enough to heal the wound of her betrayal. I want you to admit what you did, I said finally. To my face. No more lies, no more manipulation. Penny's expression hardened. Fine. You want the truth? Yes, Gareth and I have been seeing each other. It started before you broke up. And yes, I said those things about you this morning. You want to know why? Enlighten me, I said, my voice cold, because you've always been so pathetically eager to please, so desperate for my approval. It was exhausting, Olive, always having you there, looking up to me, needing me. Her words came faster now, venom in every syllable. And then Ramon proposed, and suddenly everyone was focused on me, my perfect day, my perfect life. I couldn't have you there in your perfect little bridesmaid dress, with your perfect little speech about our friendship. It would have been too fake. Each word was a slap, but I stood my ground. So you decided to humiliate me instead, to spread lies about me. I needed you out of the picture, but I knew you'd never walk away on your own. You're too loyal. She spat the last word like an insult. So, yes, I pushed until you broke, and it worked. Claire stepped forward. You're unbelievable. Do you even hear yourself? Penny turned to her. Oh, please, don't act so shocked. You've been right there with me for years, Claire. Laughing at the same jokes, excluding the same people. You're no better than I am. You're right, Claire admitted. I'm not proud of who I've been, but at least I'm trying to change. The terrace door opened, and Ramon stepped out. Everything okay out here? They're waiting for us to cut the cake. The three of us froze. How much had he heard? Everything's fine, honey, Penny said, her voice instantly transforming back into the loving bride. Just some last-minute bridesmaid drama. Ramon looked between us, his brow furrowed. It doesn't look fine. Something in his expression told me he'd heard more than Penny realized. A decision crystallized in my mind. Ramon, I said quietly, there's something you should know. Olive, don't, Penny warned, panic flashing in her eyes. I looked at her. Really looked at her. The woman I'd called my best friend for 15 years. The woman who'd betrayed me without a second thought. In that moment, I saw her clearly for the first time. Not as the confident, perfect Penny I'd always envied, but as someone so deeply insecure that she had to destroy others to feel powerful. Penny has been having an affair, I said, my eyes never leaving hers. With my ex-boyfriend, Gareth. It started before he and I broke up. Ramon's sharp intake of breath was the only sound on the terrace. Penny's face contorted with rage. You bitch, she hissed. After everything I've done for you. Is it true? Ramon cut her off, his voice dangerously quiet. The silence stretched between them, thick with 15 years of my misplaced loyalty and 6 months of Penny's lies. Ramon, baby, she's just jealous, Penny tried, reaching for his hand. She's always wanted what we have. He stepped back from her touch. Answer the question, Penny. Is it true? In that moment, something broke in Penny's perfect facade. Her shoulders slumped, the fight draining out of her. It wasn't serious, she whispered. It didn't mean anything. The words hung in the air, a confession that couldn't be taken back. Ramon's face hardened as he looked at his bride of less than 6 hours. Where is he? He asked. Is he here? As if on cue, the terrace door opened again, and Gareth stepped out, followed by Levi. Their eyes widened as they took in the tableau before them. Perfect timing, I said quietly, as the final act of Penny's perfect day began to unravel. The terrace fell silent as Ramon looked between Penny and Gareth, his jaw clenched so tight I could see a muscle twitching in his cheek. You, he said to Gareth, his voice dangerously quiet. You're the guy. Gareth shifted uncomfortably. Look, man. Don't look, man, me, Ramon cut him off. You slept with my wife? At our engagement party? In my apartment? My head snapped toward Penny. Your engagement party. The one I helped plan. Penny wouldn't meet my eyes. Confirmation enough. I remembered that night clearly. Staying until 2 a.m., helping clean up while Penny claimed a migraine and disappeared to lie down in Ramon's bedroom. Meanwhile, Gareth had mysteriously needed to leave early for a work emergency. I'd been so blind. "Ramon, please," Penny reached for him, desperation cracking her perfect facade. "It was a mistake. It didn't mean anything." "Twice in 2 minutes you've said it didn't mean anything," Ramon replied, stepping away from her touch. "Is that supposed to make me feel better?" The terrace door opened again, and Nadine poked her head out. "Everyone's waiting for the cake cutting," she announced, then paused, reading the tension. "Is everything all right?" "No," Ramon said flatly. "Everything is not all right." He turned to Penny, something final in his expression. "I can't do this." "Ramon, wait." Penny grabbed his arm as he moved toward the door. "Don't." He shook her off. "I need to think." As Ramon pushed past Nadine into the ballroom, Penny rounded on me, her face contorted with rage. "Are you happy now?" she hissed. "You've ruined everything." "You ruined it yourself," I replied, surprised by the calmness in my voice. "I just stopped pretending I didn't see it." "I should have known you'd turn on me eventually," she spat. "You've always been jealous of me, always wanting what I have." I almost laughed. "That's what you think this is about? Jealousy?" "What else? You couldn't stand that I got the perfect guy, the perfect wedding." "Perfect?" I interrupted. "Penny, look around you. Your husband just walked out. Your lover is standing right here. Your perfect wedding is falling apart because you couldn't stop lying for one day." She flinched as though I'd slapped her. "The sad thing is," I continued, "I never wanted what you had. I wanted your friendship, your loyalty. I thought I had it until I realized you don't know what those words mean." Gareth stepped forward. "Penny, we should go inside. Damage control." She nodded, composing herself with visible effort. Before they reached the door, I called after them. "Penny." She turned, her expression guarded. "I'm not going to show the videos," I said. "Not to the guests, not online. Not because you deserve my protection, but because I don't need revenge anymore. I just needed the truth." Something flickered across her face. Relief? Regret? I couldn't tell. Without another word, she and Gareth disappeared into the ballroom. Claire squeezed my arm. "Are you okay?" Surprisingly, yes. And I meant it. The weight I'd been carrying, the hurt, the anger, the need for vindication, had lifted, leaving something lighter in its place. Levi joined us at the railing, looking out over the darkened gardens. "So that's it? After everything she did, she just walks away?" "She's not walking away," I said. "She's going back to face 300 guests and a husband who just found out she cheated on him. That's its own kind of reckoning." "Still feels like she's getting off easy," Claire muttered. "Maybe," I conceded, "but I'm not responsible for making Penny face consequences. I'm only responsible for how I respond to what she did." Levi studied my face. "When did you get so wise?" "About 20 minutes ago," I laughed, and it felt good, real and unexpected. The terrace door opened again. This time it was Ramon, his tie loosened, his expression somber. "Can I talk to you?" he asked me. Claire and Levi exchanged glances. "We'll be inside," Levi said, giving my shoulder a supportive squeeze before they left us alone. Ramon leaned against the railing beside me, looking out at the night sky. "I just told everyone the reception is over." "I'm sorry," I said, and meant it. "Don't be. Better to end it now than live a lie." He turned to face me. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? About Penny and Gareth?" "I only found out today," I admitted, "when I discovered she'd been lying about me, too." He nodded slowly. "The bridesmaid dress, the lineup change. You knew about that?" "I overheard her talking to Mia this morning." His mouth twisted. "I thought it was just wedding stress making her act cruel. I should have seen the pattern." We stood in silence for a moment, the distant sound of confused guests leaving the ballroom drifting through the closed doors. "What will you do now?" I asked. Annulment, he said simply, then probably get very drunk and sleep for a week. Despite everything, I smiled. Sounds like a solid plan. What about you? He asked. What happens after you burn the bridge with your oldest friend? The question caught me off guard. What did come next? For so long, my life had orbited around Penny's. Her needs, her plans, her approval. Without that, who was I? I don't know, I said honestly, but for the first time in years, that feels exciting rather than terrifying. Ramon nodded, understanding in his eyes. Freedom often does. Inside, I could hear Penny's voice rising above the murmurs, demanding something from the staff. Some habits die hard. I should go deal with all of that, Ramon sighed. Want backup? I offered. He considered it, then shook his head. I think we've both spent enough time cleaning up Penny's messes. As he turned to leave, I felt a sudden urge to say something more, something to mark this strange, unexpected moment of clarity between us. Ramon, he paused at the door. For what it's worth, I think we both deserved better friends than we chose. He smiled, sad but genuine. Maybe next time we'll choose better. After he left, I stayed on the terrace, breathing in the night air. My phone buzzed with a text from Levi. We're in the lobby when you're ready. No rush. No rush. The words struck me as profound in their simplicity. For the first time in longer than I could remember, I wasn't racing to meet someone else's expectations or timeline. I wasn't molding myself to fit into someone else's story. I looked up at the stars, bright and distant and indifferent, to the human drama unfolding beneath them. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges, explanations to mutual friends, awkward encounters, the inevitable social media fallout. But tonight, standing alone on this terrace, I felt something I hadn't expected to find at Penny's wedding. I felt free.
The cream-colored envelope slid across the mahogany table with practiced grace, but I caught the slight tremor in Emily's manicured hand. That tiny shake told me everything I needed to know. My mother-in-law was enjoying this moment far too much. My name is Louisa, and after 7 years of marriage into the Fernandez family, I've learned to read between the lines of every thoughtful gesture. A luxury anniversary cruise, Emily announced, her voice dripping honey. 10 days in the Mediterranean. Harrison, darling, you and your wife must be thrilled. I watched my husband's face carefully as he opened the envelope. His expression remained neutral, practiced. Thank you, Mother. This is generous. The dining room of their mansion felt suffocating, despite the high ceilings and expensive art. I reached for the cruise documents, noting how Harrison's fingers tightened slightly before releasing them. That's when I saw it. Or rather, didn't see it. The booking is only in Harrison's name, I said quietly, flipping through the papers. The cabin reservation, the dining arrangements, even the shore excursions, all listed under Mr. Harrison Fernandez. Emily's smile widened fractionally. Oh? Must be a clerical error. Though really, dear, does it matter? You'll be together anyway. I felt Harrison's Aunt Christine shift uncomfortably in her chair. She knew. They all knew. It's fine, Harrison cut in before I could respond. We can sort it out when we board. But he didn't meet my eyes. I smiled, the kind of smile I'd perfected over years of similar oversights. Of course. Thank you, Emily. It's a wonderful gift. Later that night in our bedroom, I carefully hung up the designer dress I'd worn to dinner. Harrison was in his study, as usual, probably texting his assistant Talia about some urgent work matter. My phone buzzed. A text from Wallace, my lawyer. Documents received. Timing works perfectly with maritime jurisdiction. Are you sure about this? I typed back, absolutely. 7 years of being erased is enough. They won't see it coming, Wallace replied. Not on their precious cruise. I walked to my closet, pushed aside the row of expensive clothes Harrison's family had chosen for me, and pulled out the false bottom I'd installed months ago. Inside lay a manila envelope stuffed with bank statements, email printouts, photos, and a burner phone. 7 months of evidence, carefully collected while playing the perfect wife. Another buzz from Wallace. Remember, once we serve papers in international waters, they're trapped. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide assets. Your mother-in-law's gift just gave us the perfect stage. I touched the cruise documents on my dresser. Emily had orchestrated this final slight thinking it would break me. Instead, she'd handed me exactly what I needed, a captive audience for what was coming. My phone lit up with a message from Harrison. Working late. Don't wait up. I texted back, of course, honey. Love you. Then I opened my laptop and double-checked my private email. The confirmation from the private investigator was there, along with fresh photos of Harrison and Talia entering a hotel yesterday afternoon. The bedroom door opened, and I quickly switched screens. Harrison walked in, loosening his tie. Mother wants us to have brunch tomorrow to discuss the cruise details. Wouldn't miss it, I said, closing my laptop. Though I should probably check if I can even board, since my name isn't on anything. He sighed that familiar sigh, the one that said I was being difficult. You're making something out of nothing. Again. I watched him walk into the bathroom, remembering how he'd used the same dismissive tone when Emily forgot my birthday last year, and when she told everyone at Christmas that my dress was inappropriate after she'd bought it for me herself, and when she changed our anniversary dinner reservations to exclude me, claiming there must have been a mix-up with the names. You're right, I called out, my voice sweet. I'm sure it's nothing. I pulled out my phone and sent one final text to Wallace. Start the countdown. 3 weeks until the cruise. Time to make them remember my name. In the bathroom, I heard Harrison on his phone, speaking quietly, probably telling Talia goodnight. I opened the cruise brochure, studying the layout of the ship that would become my stage. The grand dining hall looked perfect for what I had planned. 7 years of being the good wife who just follows along. 7 years of swallowing my pride while they erased me piece by piece. But they forgot one thing. The quietest person in the room is the one who hears everything. And I've heard enough to burn their perfect world to the ground. The cruise ship loomed above us like a floating city, all gleaming white steel and endless rows of balconies. Emily practically glided through check-in, dropping the family name every chance she got. We're the Fernandez party, she announced to the 4th staff member in 10 minutes. The owner's suite. Her eyes flickered to me. And this is Harrison's wife. The porter's smile wavered slightly as he checked his tablet. I'm sorry, ma'am, but I'm only showing Mr. Harrison as the registered guest for that suite. Oh dear, another clerical error? Emily's concern was theatrical. Harrison, darling, sort this out. I watched my husband step forward, credit card ready, while I stood back with our luggage. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Probably Wallace checking in. I'd have to wait to respond. All fixed, Harrison announced minutes later, handing me a keycard. Though you really should have brought this up before we boarded. I smiled apologetically. You're right. Silly me. That evening, while Harrison showered, I sat at the suite's desk with my laptop. The ship's Wi-Fi was excellent, exactly as I'd confirmed it would be when I'd researched this specific cruise line months ago. A soft knock at the door made me quickly switch screens. It was Christine. Louisa, dear, the family's meeting for drinks in an hour. She peered past me into the suite. Is Harrison here? Showering. I'll tell him. She lingered in the doorway. I ran into Damien earlier. Harrison's lawyer friend? He's on board too. Such a coincidence. Really? I kept my voice neutral. How nice. Yes. They're probably discussing that offshore account situation. Christine's eyes widened slightly as she realized what she'd said. I mean, the business matter. You know how it is with these financial things. Of course. I smiled warmly. Would you like to come in? Oh no, I should go change. Emily insists we dress properly for dinner. You did bring something appropriate? After she left, I pulled out my phone and played back the recording of our conversation. Christine's slip about the offshore account was perfect. Exactly the kind of evidence Wallace had said we needed. I opened my suitcase and reached into the hidden compartment I'd sewn into the lining. The small voice recorder was still there, waiting. Damien liked to drink and talk, especially about his clever legal maneuvers. Now I just needed to get it into his suite. At drinks, Emily held court in the ship's most exclusive bar, introducing Harrison to every wealthy passenger within reach. I sat quietly, watching Damien knock back his third scotch while telling stories about law school. "Remember that professor?" he laughed, slapping Harrison's shoulder. "The one who taught us about hiding assets during divorce? Man, that class was valuable." I excused myself to use the restroom, palming the recorder. Damien's suite number was easy to get. I'd heard Emily arranging adjacent rooms for everyone earlier. The service corridor gave me access to his balcony. 10 seconds later, the recorder was tucked behind his desk, and I was back in the hallway. My phone buzzed again. "Wallace. Got your email. Bank records confirm unusual transfers starting 6 months ago. You were right." I thought back to that day, sitting in our home office, when Harrison's email had accidentally synced to my laptop. Seeing messages pop up from Talia. "Miss you already. Last night was amazing. When can we be together for real?" I'd stayed quiet, started gathering evidence, and watched as Harrison grew more careless. The hotel receipts, the business dinners, the way Talia started showing up at family events, always standing just a little too close to my husband. Back in our suite that night, Harrison was on his phone again. "Talia says there's an emergency at the office. She might need to fly out to meet us at one of the ports. Whatever you think is best, honey." I focused on unpacking my clothes, carefully hanging each piece. "You know, you could try being more grateful," he said suddenly. "This cruise wasn't cheap." I turned to face him. "You're right. Thank you for bringing me on your family's cruise." He missed my emphasis on your, just like he missed me sliding my laptop into the room safe. The one containing screenshots of every email, every bank transfer, every hotel booking he thought he'd deleted. My phone lit up with a message from Amy, a friendly passenger I'd met earlier. "Drinks tomorrow? You seem like you could use a friend on this boat." I replied yes as Harrison climbed into bed, his back turned to my side as usual. In the darkness, I touched the thin gold wedding band on my finger. 3 more days until we reached international waters. 3 days until the perfect wife disappeared, leaving only truth in her wake. "Good night, Harrison," I whispered. He was already pretending to be asleep. "Your mother-in-law is something else," Amy said, stirring her mojito. We sat in a quiet corner of the pool deck, watching Emily hold court with her usual crowd of admirers. I've never seen someone correct a waiter's pronunciation of bruschetta quite so aggressively. I sipped my drink, enjoying the afternoon sun. That's nothing. Wait until someone serves her wine at the wrong temperature. And your husband just lets her treat you like that? Harrison learned from the best. I nodded toward where he sat with Damien, both of them pretending to read financial papers while sneaking glances at their phones. The ship's horn sounded, announcing our approach to the next port. Right on schedule, I spotted Talia walking across the deck, designer luggage in tow. She'd done her homework, wearing the exact shade of blue Emily had praised at last month's charity gala. "Who's that?" Amy asked, following my gaze. "Harrison's assistant. Here to handle an emergency at the office." I kept my voice light, even as I watched Talia approach our group. Emily's face lit up. "Talia, darling, what a wonderful surprise." Harrison stood quickly, too quickly. "Mother, you remember my assistant? The Tokyo deal needed immediate attention." I checked my phone under the table, making sure the camera was recording. Every greeting, every touch that lasted a second too long, every glance between my husband and his mistress, all documented. "Louisa, Talia nodded at me, her smile perfect. I hope you don't mind me crashing your anniversary cruise. Duty calls. Of course not, I smiled back. Harrison's work is important. Amy's eyebrows shot up, but she said nothing. That evening, I dressed carefully for the captain's dinner, a black dress that Emily had deemed acceptable last Christmas. Harrison and Talia had disappeared for a business meeting, but I knew they'd show up eventually. They always did, just far enough apart to avoid suspicion. More wine? Christine appeared at my elbow, already tipsy. You seem tense, dear. I'm fine, just tired from all the excitement. Speaking of excitement, did Harrison tell you about the new accounts? The ones in the Caymans? She giggled. Oops, probably shouldn't mention those. My phone recorded every word. Mrs. Fernandez? A crew member approached. There's a call for you at the purser's desk. It was Wallace. Everything's in place, he said when I picked up the secure line. We've got enough evidence. Are you ready to proceed? I watched Harrison and Talia slip into the dining room through different doors, precisely 3 minutes apart. Yes, tomorrow night. Your husband's been busy, Wallace continued. 3 new transfers this morning. He really thinks he's covering his tracks. He learned from Damien. I lowered my voice. Speaking of which, check your email. The recording from his suite is enlightening. Back at dinner, Emily was explaining the proper way to address household staff. I sat quietly, playing my role one last time. My phone buzzed with a text from Amy. You okay? You've got that look. What look? I texted back. Like you're watching a house burn down and you're holding matches. I smiled into my wine glass. Close, but not quite. I was holding a blowtorch. Harrison leaned over. Mother wants us all to do the sunset yacht excursion tomorrow. Sounds lovely. Will Talia be joining us for that business meeting too? His jaw tightened. You're being ridiculous. Am I? I touched his arm gently. You have lipstick on your collar. That shade of pink isn't my color. He paled slightly, then recovered. You're imagining things. Again. Of course I am. I stood up. Excuse me. I need some air. On the deck, I finally checked the message I'd been avoiding all day. Wallace had sent a simple text. We've got enough. You ready? I typed back, tomorrow night, the grand dining hall. Make sure everyone's served. Amy found me at the railing. Want to talk about it? Ever watch someone dig their own grave? I asked, staring at the dark water below. The trick is to hand them exactly the shovel they want. That's cryptic. I laughed softly. Tomorrow night, come to dinner in the grand hall. Wear something nice. Why? Because some anniversaries deserve a proper celebration. I straightened my dress. And some families need to learn that just the wife can be the most dangerous person at the table. Below us, I could see Harrison and Talia in a shadowy corner of the lower deck, their silhouettes merging. I took a picture, added it to my evidence folder, and smiled. One more night of being the good wife who follows. Then I'd show them exactly where this path led. The florist arranged white roses in the grand dining hall while I watched from the doorway. Everything had to be perfect for tonight's anniversary celebration. Mrs. Madam? The florist hesitated, clearly unsure how to address me after Emily's complicated instructions. Where would you like the card? I handed her the envelope. Inside was a note I'd spent weeks crafting. To my dearest husband, 7 years of memories, each one a lesson. My phone buzzed. Wallace. Papers are ready. Security's been briefed. Remember, once we start, there's no going back. I touched the small USB drive in my pocket, a complete record of Harrison's betrayal, backed up in triplicate. Good, I typed back. How's the account situation? He tried changing the PIN again this morning, as if that matters now. I smiled, remembering Harrison's smug face when he'd first suggested I let him handle all our finances. A wife shouldn't worry about such things, he'd said, Emily nodding approvingly behind him. Amy appeared beside me, coffee in hand. Fancy setup. Sure you want to do this? Watch this, I said, pulling out my phone. I opened the banking app and tried to log in. Access denied. He locked you out again? Third time this month. I showed her the screen. He thinks he's being clever. What a prince, Amy muttered. You know, I've been meaning to ask. Why go through with this whole dinner charade? Why not just serve him papers quietly? I led her to a quiet corner. Because some lessons need an audience. Emily spent 7 years making sure I had one for every humiliation. Now it's my turn. Speaking of Emily, Amy nodded toward the entrance where my mother-in-law was inspecting the table settings. Louisa, dear, Emily called out, the placement cards are all wrong. The family should be seated together. I walked over, the picture of compliance. Of course, I'll have them fixed. And do make sure Talia is comfortable. She's practically family now. Emily's smile was razor sharp. Though I suppose you've noticed that? I notice everything, Emily. I matched her smile. That's what good wives do, right? She paused, something flickering behind her eyes. But before she could respond, Harrison and Damien entered, deep in conversation. The offshore transfers are solid, Damien was saying. No one can trace. He stopped abruptly, seeing me. Don't mind me, I said sweetly. Just arranging flowers for our anniversary. Harrison barely glanced at the decorations. Make sure Mother approves everything. Oh, I'm sure she'll find tonight very memorable. I touched the USB drive again. Everyone will. Back in our suite, I laid out my outfit for dinner. A red dress Emily had called attention-seeking last year. Perfect for tonight's performance. My laptop chimed with an email from Wallace. Final confirmation needed. Guest list verified. Legal team standing by. I attached the last few photos I'd taken of Harrison and Talia's business meeting in the ship's library. Green light, I replied. Start at 8 p.m. sharp. A knock at the door made me jump. It was Christine, already swaying slightly from afternoon cocktails. Just checking you're wearing something appropriate tonight, she said, peering at my dress. Emily's very particular about special occasions. Oh, I know exactly what this occasion calls for. I helped her steady herself against the door frame. By the way, how's that offshore account working out? The one you mentioned yesterday? Christine's face went pale. That was just... Don't worry, I patted her arm. Everything will make sense at dinner. After she stumbled away, I got a text from Amy. Your mother-in-law just ordered the staff to rearrange the whole seating plan. Again. Let her, I typed back. Everyone will end up exactly where they need to be. I opened my safe one last time, checking the contents. Divorce papers, financial records, photos, emails, and a small recording device. 7 years of evidence, carefully collected while playing the perfect wife. Harrison's voice came from the bathroom. Have you seen my blue tie? The one you wore to meet Talia yesterday? I kept my tone innocent. It's with the dry cleaning. He appeared in the doorway, frowning. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, honey. Just helping you keep track of things. I closed the safe quietly. That's what wives are for, right? My phone lit up with Wallace's final message. Point of no return. Ready? I looked at Harrison, already back on his phone, probably texting Talia about tonight's seating arrangement. 7 years of playing their game, following their rules, swallowing their insults. Ready? I typed back. Time to serve dinner. Crystal chandeliers cast a warm glow over the grand dining hall as guests filtered in. Emily presided over the seating arrangements like a general organizing troops, while Harrison and Talia maintained their careful distance. Him at the bar, her chatting with Damien. Everything's ready, Amy whispered as she passed by. I've got my phone ready to record, just like you asked. I nodded, smoothing my red dress. The USB drive felt heavy in my clutch. Ladies and gentlemen, Emily stood, tapping her glass. "Before we begin this lovely anniversary dinner, I'd like to say a few words about my son and his wife." The pause before wife was deliberate. Classic Emily. 7 years ago, Harrison brought Louisa into our family. And while she's been— Emily's smile tightened. Different from what we expected, she's learned to follow our traditions. Harrison raised his glass, not meeting my eyes. Talia shifted in her seat. "So here's to the happy couple," Emily concluded. "May they continue to uphold the family name." "Actually," I stood slowly, "I'd like to say something too." Emily's smile froze. Harrison's head snapped up. 7 years is a long time to learn lessons, I began, reaching for my clutch. About marriage, about family, about loyalty. I pulled out the envelope of divorce papers and slid them across to Harrison. "Happy anniversary, darling." The room went silent. Harrison stared at the envelope like it might bite him. "Louisa," Emily's voice held a warning, "this is hardly the time." "Oh, but it is." I pulled out the USB drive. "Because I have a gift for you too, Emily. Would someone mind connecting this to the dining room's display screen?" Before anyone could stop her, Amy had already plugged it in. The first image appeared: Harrison and Talia entering a hotel, time-stamped last week. "What is this?" Harrison stood up, his face red. "Evidence," I said calmly, "of the affair you've been having with your assistant, of the money you've been hiding offshore, of every little scheme you and Damien cooked up to protect your assets." Damien choked on his wine. "You can't prove—" I pressed play on my phone. His voice filled the room. "The offshore accounts are untraceable. Harrison's wife will never see a dime." Christine gasped. Emily's face turned ashen. "But wait," I continued. "There's more. Emily, remember all those clerical errors with my name? The forgotten birthdays? The deliberate humiliations?" I clicked to the next slide. I kept records of those too. "You ungrateful little—" Emily started to rise, but Harrison grabbed her arm. "Enough," he hissed. "We can handle this privately." "Like you handled your Tokyo business trips privately?" I played another recording, Talia's voice this time, discussing their planned future together. The dining room had become a theater, other passengers openly staring. Someone was filming on their phone. "Security," Harrison called out. "Remove her." "They can't," I smiled. "Wallace? Care to explain?" My lawyer stepped out from the corner where he'd been waiting. "Mr. Harrison, as we're in international waters, and given the evidence of financial fraud we've uncovered, any attempt to remove your wife would be legally unfortunate." "You planned this," Emily whispered. "All of it." "I learned from the best, Mother." I savored the word. "You taught me how important appearances are, how the family name must be protected." I clicked to the final slide. Bank statements showing Harrison's hidden accounts. "Speaking of protection, the authorities are very interested in these transactions. Damien, I believe your law license might be in jeopardy." Talia stood abruptly. "I should go—" "Stay," I said. "You're part of the family now, remember? Emily said so herself." Harrison lunged for the USB drive, but Amy had already removed it. "It's too late," I told him. "Everything's been copied, distributed, and filed with the relevant authorities." "You'll get nothing," he snarled. "I made sure—" "Check your accounts," Wallace suggested mildly. Harrison grabbed his phone, his face draining of color as he tried to log in. "What did you do?" "Frozen," I explained. "All of them. Even the secret ones. Turns out fraud leaves quite a paper trail." Emily slumped in her chair, her perfect posture finally breaking. "The scandal is just beginning." I picked up my clutch. Consider it my parting gift. A lesson in consequences. As I walked toward the door, I paused beside Emily. "By the way, my name isn't Harrison's wife. It's Louisa. You might want to remember that." The press certainly will. The last thing I heard was Amy's delighted laugh and the sound of Emily calling for smelling salts. In the hallway, Wallace fell into step beside me. "Well done," he said. "Where to now?" I smiled, feeling lighter than I had in 7 years. "I hear the ship's ice bar is excellent. Perfect place to celebrate a divorce." Behind us, chaos erupted in the dining room. But I didn't look back. Some fires are meant to burn everything down. The lock clicked satisfyingly as I secured myself in my suite. Outside, I could hear the whispers and footsteps of passengers discussing what they dubbed the Table 9 showdown. My phone hadn't stopped buzzing since I'd left the dining room. Harrison, Emily, Christine. Even Talia had tried calling. I silenced them all except for Amy and Wallace. A sharp knock rattled the door. "Louisa!" Emily's voice was shrill. "Open this door immediately." "I don't think I will," I called back, pouring myself a glass of champagne I'd ordered earlier. "You vindictive little—" She rattled the handle. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" "Exactly what you taught me," I replied calmly. "Protect yourself at all costs. Isn't that the family motto?" Heavy footsteps approached. Harrison. "Security's coming to remove you from the ship." "Wallace?" I said loudly enough to carry through the door. "Care to explain maritime law again?" My lawyer's voice came from somewhere in the hallway. Any attempt to forcibly remove Mrs. Louisa from her cabin would constitute illegal detainment in international waters. The cruise line is already aware. "You planned everything," Harrison's voice cracked slightly. "All of it. The cruise, the timing." "No, darling. Your mother planned the cruise. I just played the card she dealt me." I sipped my champagne. "By the way, how's Talia handling the spotlight?" A new voice joined the chorus. Christine, slurring slightly. "Emily's having chest pains. Are you happy now?" "Chest pains?" I laughed. Funny how those happen when accountability shows up. My phone buzzed with a text from Amy. "OMG, the video is already trending. Her Table 9 showdown is taking off." I opened social media, and sure enough, shaky footage of my presentation was spreading. The comments were brutal. "Rich family gets owned by trophy wife." "That mother-in-law had it coming." Another knock, gentler this time. "Louisa?" It was Damien. "Let's discuss this reasonably. There might be a way to keep this quiet." "Like the way you kept Harrison's offshore accounts quiet?" I played his recorded confession through the door. "Or should we discuss your creative accounting advice?" "You recorded me?" His voice rose. "That's illegal." "Actually," Wallace cut in international waters." "Stop saying international waters," Emily shrieked. I heard a commotion outside. Probably ship security arriving to control the scene. My phone lit up with a call from Wallace. "Coast Guard's been notified of a potential situation," he said when I answered. "They're monitoring to ensure no one tries anything stupid. How are you holding up?" "Better than Emily," I replied, loud enough to carry. "I hear she's having chest pains." A new text from Amy. "Holy shit. Some passengers are selling footage to entertainment sites. This is going viral." I walked to the balcony, champagne in hand. Below, I could see passengers gathered, pointing up at the unfolding drama. 7 years of swallowed rage, of perfect smiles and quiet compliance, all exploding in one perfectly orchestrated night. "Louisa." Harrison's voice was closer to the door now, softer. "Please, we can talk about this." "Like we talked about Talia?" I asked. "Or the money you've been hiding? Or how about all those times your mother erased me while you stood by?" Silence. That's what I thought. I took another sip. "By the way, Wallace has copies of everything. If anything happens to me, it all goes public. Every email, every photo, every bank transfer." "You're bluffing," Emily said, but her voice wavered. I played another recording, Harrison and Talia planning their future together. "Am I?" More security arrived. dispersing the growing crowd of onlookers. My phone buzzed with news alerts. Cruise ship drama, wealthy family's scandal goes viral, and maritime revenge, wife serves cold justice at sea. Amy knocked on my balcony door. We had connecting rooms, something I'd arranged months ago. I let her in. "You're kind of infamous now," she grinned, holding up her phone. "Twitter is living for this." Outside, I could still hear Emily demanding action, Harrison trying to damage control, and Damien probably having a career crisis. But in here, watching the sunset over the ocean, I felt nothing but peace. "Was it worth it?" Amy asked, accepting a glass of champagne. I thought about every fake smile, every subtle dig, every time Harrison chose his mother over me. They spent 7 years teaching me how to destroy someone politely. I raised my glass. I just turned out to be a better student than they expected. A final text from Wallace popped up. "Damage is done. No taking it back now." "Good," I typed back. "Some things shouldn't be taken back. They should be burned down and rebuilt from scratch." Through the door, I heard Emily finally admit defeat. "Harrison, call the family lawyer. Now." I smiled. The night was still young, and karma was just getting started. The ship docked under a bright morning sun, but the atmosphere was anything but cheerful. Harrison waited by the gangway, his usually perfect appearance noticeably disheveled. Behind him, Emily sat in a wheelchair, attended by the ship's doctor. Her chest pains had evolved into a convenient crisis. "We need to talk," Harrison said, as I approached with my luggage. "Privately." "Nothing about this is private anymore." I nodded toward the crowd of passengers filming on their phones. "How's social media treating you?" "I can offer a settlement," he lowered his voice. "Right now, whatever you want." Wallace appeared at my side. "My client isn't interested in negotiations." "The prenup," Harrison started, "becomes void in cases of infidelity," I finished. "You really should have read it more carefully, instead of assuming it expired after 5 years. Emily's wheelchair squeaked as she pushed herself forward. "You ungrateful little witch. After everything we gave you—" "Gave me?" I laughed. "You mean like the cruise booking without my name? Or the birthday party where you told everyone I wasn't invited? Or maybe you mean giving me a front row seat to your son's affair?" A town car pulled up to the curb. Wallace opened the door for me. "This isn't over." Harrison grabbed my arm. "Actually, it is." I pulled free. "Check your office email. Your firm's partners are very interested in those offshore accounts, especially the ones hiding client money." His face went pale. Behind him, Damien was having an intense phone conversation, probably with his ethics board. "You've destroyed everything," Emily wheezed dramatically. "No, you did that." I turned to face her fully. "Every time you undermined me, every time you encouraged Harrison's worst behavior, every time you thought your money made you untouchable, you built this moment yourself." My phone buzzed. Amy had sent a meme made from the dining room footage, my face superimposed over various revenge movie posters. "You're trending," she texted. "Revenge at sea is going crazy." "The media's calling," Harrison said desperately. "What am I supposed to tell them?" "The truth?" I suggested. "Or is that too foreign a concept?" Christine stumbled forward, still drunk from last night. "The family name. Our reputation. We'll survive," I said. "Or it won't. Either way, not my problem anymore." Wallace guided me toward the car. "The papers are being processed. Given the evidence, it should be quick." "You can't just walk away," Harrison called after me. I turned back one last time. "Watch me." "Oh, and Talia?" I spotted her trying to hide behind a pillar. "The assistant position might be opening up soon. I hear the firm's facing some investigations." In the car, I finally let out the scream I'd been holding in for 7 years. It started as a laugh and ended in tears. Not of sadness, but of release. My phone lit up with notifications. News sites were running the story. Cruise ship revenge, Wife exposes family's secrets at sea. And maritime marriage meltdown, social media reacts. Your grandmother's cottage is ready, Wallace said, checking his tablet. Everything's been transferred to your name, completely separate from the family assets. Emily must have loved that, I smiled, remembering how she'd sneered at my grandmother's quaint little house when she'd left it to me. A text from Amy popped up with a video link. Someone had set the dining room scene to dramatic movie music. "You're a legend," she wrote. "Also, karma's already hitting. Harrison's firm is trending for all the wrong reasons." I watched the city pass by through the car window, feeling lighter with each mile between me and the dock. 7 years of playing the perfect wife, of swallowing insults with a smile, of watching Harrison choose his mother over me again and again. "Wallace?" I asked. "Was it worth it? All of it?" He showed me his phone, a news alert about Harrison's law firm launching an internal investigation, another about Damien facing an ethics inquiry, and a society page photo of Emily being helped into an ambulance, her perfect image finally cracked. "You tell me," he said. I thought about the dining room, about Emily's face when the evidence appeared on screen, about Harrison realizing his carefully constructed world was burning down. "They thought money made them invincible," I said. "They never expected the quiet one to be taking notes." My phone buzzed one last time. An email from a publisher. "Your story has captured the nation's attention. Would you be interested in telling it in full?" I smiled, thinking of all the quiet wives out there, swallowing their pride, playing their roles. Maybe it was time for a different kind of family story. "Yes," I typed back. "I think it's time everyone learned what happens when you push the good wife too far." Behind us, the cruise ship's horn sounded, a final farewell to the family I just burned to the ground. The cottage windows let in streams of morning light as I set up my new home office. My rescue dog, Max, sprawled across the sun-warmed hardwood floors while I unpacked the last box, the one marked Evidence. My phone buzzed with a news alert. Law firm partners vote to remove Harrison following financial investigation. "Karma's not just a concept," I muttered to Max. "It's a promise." Amy's call came right on schedule. "Have you seen the latest? Emily had to step down from 3 charity boards. And Christine is in rehab." Wallace mentioned that. I settled into my grandmother's old writing desk. "How's the internet taking it? Your story's being shared in every women's group. You're like a folk hero for trapped wives everywhere." The doorbell rang. Max barked once, then wagged his tail as I opened the door to find Wallace holding a thick manila envelope. "It's done," he said, handing it to me. "Divorce finalized." The judge was particularly interested in those offshore account records. I led him to the kitchen, where coffee was already brewing. "How bad is it for them? Harrison's firm is imploding. Turns out he wasn't just hiding his own money." Wallace accepted a mug. "Damien's been disbarred. And Emily," he smiled. "Let's just say the society pages aren't being kind." My laptop chimed with an email notification, another interview request. The publisher wanted the full story, from first meeting Harrison to the final showdown at sea. "You should do it." Wallace nodded at my screen. "People need to hear how these things happen, how abuse isn't always bruises." "It's the quiet cuts," I agreed. "The small erosions of dignity. Death by 1,000 polite humiliations." My phone lit up with a text from Talia. "I'm sorry. I should have known he'd do to me what he did to you." "Looks like your replacement's having regrets," Wallace noted. "She'll learn. They all do." I opened my laptop and created a new document. The cursor blinked, waiting. Another news alert. Emily hospitalized again following social media backlash. "Still playing victim," I muttered. Speaking of playing, Wallace pulled out his tablet. "Your new PR firm is taking off. 3 clients already, all wanting to rebuild after toxic relationships." I thought about my grandmother's words before she died. "That house they mock? It's your escape hatch, dear. Use it when you're ready." She'd known. She'd seen through Emily's perfect manners and Harrison's charming smile. She'd left me not just a cottage, but a foundation to rebuild on. Max padded over, resting his head on my lap as I began to type. To the woman reading this, wondering if she's crazy for noticing the small cruelties, the subtle erasures, the polite degradations. You're not crazy, you're not oversensitive, and you're not alone. My doorbell rang again. This time it was Amy, holding wine and takeout. Thought you could use dinner and gossip. The cruise line's using your story in their sexual harassment training. I laughed. Really? Apparently you're a case study in how not to treat passengers. She set out containers. Oh, and Harrison's mother? She tried to join the country club in the next town. They turned her down. Money can't buy reputation back, Wallace mused. I raised my wine glass. To karma. To evidence, Wallace countered. To both, Amy finished. And to quiet wives who keep receipts. My phone buzzed one last time. A message from Christine. You were right. About everything. I'm getting help. I showed it to Wallace. Think she means it? Does it matter? He gestured at my comfortable new home, my thriving business, my peaceful life. You've already won. Back at my laptop, I continued typing. They think silence means weakness. They think compliance means defeat. But sometimes the quiet ones are just gathering evidence, building strength, waiting for the perfect moment to show them exactly who they underestimated. Amy peered over my shoulder. The book's really happening? People need to know, I said. About the subtle abuse, the financial traps, the family dynamics that enable it all. And the escape routes, Wallace added. I looked around my grandmother's cottage. Now my sanctuary, my fresh start, my victory palace. Max dozed peacefully. The evening sun painted the walls gold, and my phone remained blissfully free of Harrison's name. That's the thing about karma, I typed. It's not about revenge. It's about balance. And sometimes, balance requires you to burn the whole road behind you and build a new one ahead. Amy topped off our glasses. To new roads? I smiled, thinking of Emily's crumbling empire, Harrison's ruined career, and my own unexpected rise from quiet wife to voice of change. To new roads, I agreed, and to the women brave enough to build them.
The day my mother called me selfish was the day I stopped being her daughter. I was 17, standing in our kitchen with my college acceptance letter still warm in my hands, when she delivered the verdict that would shape the next decade of my life. My name is Felicity, and that summer changed everything. I had just been accepted into Harvard Business School's early admission program, my dream school, my ticket out. But apparently, that didn't matter as much as babysitting my bratty 15-year-old cousin Tessa during our annual family vacation to the Maldives. What do you mean you can't watch Tessa? Mom's voice carried that familiar edge of disappointment. She needs supervision while Barry attends his business meetings. Mom, I have 3 scholarship essays due next week. I can't spend my days chasing after Tessa while she shops and takes selfies. Felicity. She set down her coffee mug with deliberate slowness. Family comes first. Always. My future comes first, I countered, gripping the acceptance letter tighter. Harvard isn't just going to wait around while I... Oh, enough about Harvard. She threw her hands up. You're being selfish. Tessa needs you. Barry needs you. The family needs you. I'm not being selfish. I'm being practical. Tessa's old enough to... If you won't help with Tessa, then don't bother coming on the trip at all. The kitchen fell silent. Even the humming refrigerator seemed to hold its breath. You don't mean that, I whispered. I do. Her eyes were steel. Either you help with Tessa or you stay home. I lifted my chin. Fine, I'll stay home. Excuse me? I said I'll stay home. I'll work on my essays, apply for more scholarships, and prepare for my future. You can all go have fun in the Maldives without me. Mom's laugh was sharp and hollow. Oh, sweetie, this isn't just about this summer. If you choose your precious essays over family now, don't expect to be included in any family trips going forward. That's ridiculous, I said, but my voice shook. You can't just... I can, and I will. Actions have consequences, Felicity. It's time you learned that. She was right about one thing. Actions did have consequences. That summer, while they posted pictures from their beachfront villa, I worked 2 jobs and finished my scholarship applications. When they went skiing in Aspen that winter, I was interviewing for internships. Year after year, their vacation photos appeared on social media without me in them. My sister Sophie would sometimes call, her voice quiet and apologetic. Mom's being stubborn, she'd say. Give her time. But time only hardened the divide. I threw myself into my studies, then my career. Every exclusion, every missed family moment became fuel for my ambition. I worked harder, climbed higher, until success wasn't just a goal, it was my revenge. Now, 16 years later, I sat in my office overlooking the crystal clear waters of my own luxury resort, staring at a reservation that had just landed on my desk. The name jumped out at me like a slap. Powell Wise Family Reunion, Party of 7. My mother, my sister, Uncle Barry, Tessa, and the others had no idea they'd just booked their summer vacation at my resort. They didn't know I owned this slice of paradise, or that I'd built it from the ground up. They probably thought I was still that selfish teenager who chose ambition over family. Walker, my business partner, leaned against my desk. You could just cancel their reservation. No, I smiled, running my finger over the confirmation letter. I want them to see exactly what their selfish little girl accomplished. Felicity, he gave me that look, the one that said I was playing with fire. Don't worry, I said, standing to face the window. I'm not going to make a scene. I'm just going to give them the best vacation of their lives and watch their faces when they realize who's been hosting them. My phone buzzed, another booking notification. I glanced at it and froze. The dates finally registered in my mind. They'd booked their stay over July 15th, my mother's 60th birthday. I laughed, the sound echoing off the glass walls of my office. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Should I be concerned about that laugh? Walker asked. Not at all, I replied, already planning the welcome champagne, the suite upgrades, the special birthday arrangements. I'm just going to give my mother exactly what she deserves, the birthday surprise of a lifetime. The Powell Wise party arrives in exactly 1 week, Walker announced, dropping a stack of files on my desk. Are you absolutely sure about this? I was inspecting the newly renovated beachfront villa, the one I specifically assigned to my family. The ocean breeze carried the scent of plumeria through the open windows as I adjusted a throw pillow for the 100th time. Stop asking me that, I said, moving to straighten a painting. I've been sure about this for 16 years. It's just... Walker hesitated, following me onto the villa's private deck. This isn't just any week. It's your mother's birthday celebration. I'm aware. And you don't think that might make things more explosive? I turned to face him. What's your point? My point is that revenge served cold is one thing. Revenge served on your mother's 60th birthday might be nuclear. A staff member appeared at the door, clipboard in hand. Ms. Felicity, the special order champagne has arrived. Where would you like it stored? In the main cellar, please. And make sure the 82 Bordeaux is ready for the birthday dinner. After the staff member left, Walker raised an eyebrow. Expensive wine? That doesn't sound very vengeful. The best revenge is success, Walker. I want them to see exactly what I've built while they were busy excluding me from their perfect little family vacations. My phone buzzed. A text from Sophie. Hey sis, wish you could join us next week. Missing you. I ignored it, just like I'd ignored the last dozen similar messages. Sophie meant well, but she'd never stood up to Mom, never challenged the status quo. Her quiet support meant nothing when she still participated in my exclusion. Speaking of family, Walker said, watching me pocket my phone, Your sister's been trying to reach you. I know. You could tell her you'll be here. And ruin the surprise? Where's the fun in that? I walked back inside, checking the amenities list. Besides, she's part of this too. She could have refused to go on these trips without me, but she didn't. Walker picked up a framed photo from the side table, one I'd specifically placed there. It showed my family in the Maldives, the vacation I'd missed because I wouldn't babysit Tessa. They were all smiling, sun-kissed and happy, not a care in the world about the daughter they left behind. You know what this reminds me of? Walker set down the photo. Remember that investor who tried to steal your initial business plan? The one you could have destroyed but chose to work with instead? That was different. Was it? Because you told me then that success was the best revenge too. But you didn't just show him your success. You turned him into an ally. Made more money that way. I stopped my inspection rounds. Are you suggesting I try to reconcile with them? I'm suggesting that maybe there's more than one way to win this game. Before I could respond, my tablet chimed with an alert. I pulled up the message and felt my breath catch. They've added a note to their reservation. They want to book the private dining room for a special birthday dinner. Guest count 15. 15? Walker frowned. I thought it was 7. They've invited extended family. I scrolled through the updated guest list, recognizing names I hadn't heard in years. Aunts, uncles, cousins, everyone except me, apparently. Felicity? No. I held up a hand. Don't. This just proves I'm right. They're still excluding me, still pretending I don't exist. Well, they're about to find out just how wrong they've been about me all these years. I strode to the villa's bar and grabbed a bottle of water, trying to calm my racing heart. Make sure everything is perfect for their arrival. I want them to be completely relaxed, totally at ease. Then, when they're settling in for their first dinner, you'll make your grand entrance? Something like that. I smiled, but it didn't reach my eyes. After all, what kind of host would I be if I didn't personally welcome such important guests? Walker sighed, picking up his files. Just remember, you built this place to be a paradise. Don't turn it into a battlefield. As he left, I walked out onto the deck again, watching the sunset paint the ocean in shades of gold and pink. In just 7 days, my family would be standing here, admiring the same view. They'd be amazed by the luxury, impressed by the service, completely unaware that their black sheep daughter was the architect of their perfect vacation, until I chose to reveal myself. I pulled out my phone and finally replied to Sophie's text. Don't worry about me. I have a feeling this will be a birthday Mom never forgets. I watched their arrival from my office's hidden observation deck, heart pounding as the resort's luxury shuttle pulled up to the entrance. Mom stepped out first, still elegant at 60, her designer sunglasses perched perfectly on her nose. Sophie followed, then Uncle Barry helping Tessa with her mountain of luggage. They're here, Walker announced unnecessarily through my earpiece. I can see that. I adjusted my resort manager's blazer. How's the welcome champagne? Chilled and ready. Are you sure you want to do the initial greeting yourself? Absolutely. I took a deep breath. Time to make an entrance. I rode the private elevator down to the lobby, timing my arrival just as they finished checking in. The marble floors echoed with my heels as I approached the front desk, where my mother was already questioning the staff about dinner reservations. Welcome to Paradise Cove, I said, my voice carrying across the lobby. I trust your journey was comfortable? Mom turned, the polite smile freezing on her face as recognition hit her. She stumbled back slightly, catching herself on the counter. Felicity? Mrs. Powell, I replied smoothly, extending my hand. As resort manager, I personally welcome all our VIP guests. The lobby fell silent. Sophie's mouth hung open. Tessa clutched her phone mid-selfie, and Uncle Barry's luggage slipped from his grip, thudding onto the marble floor. Resort? Manager? Mom's voice wavered. Among other things, I gestured to the waiting staff. Please, allow us to escort you to your villa. We've prepared welcome refreshments. Mom's shock quickly morphed into something else, that familiar calculating look I'd grown up with. You work here? Not exactly. I led them toward the beachfront path, enjoying every click of my heels against the wooden boardwalk. I own this place. The sound of someone choking behind me was probably Uncle Barry. Inside the villa, champagne was already being poured as the family scattered around the living room, still processing my presence. Sophie kept shooting me uncertain smiles, while Tessa hadn't looked up from her phone, probably already posting about this dramatic turn of events. This is unexpected, Mom finally said, gripping her champagne flute too tightly. Is it? I perched on the arm of a chair. 16 years is a long time to wonder what happened to your daughter. We didn't wonder, she replied sharply. You chose to distance yourself. Did I? I smiled, all teeth. I seem to remember being told I wasn't welcome on family vacations unless I agreed to be Tessa's personal babysitter. That's not, Mom started, but Uncle Barry cut her off. Wait, what? That's why Felicity stopped coming on trips? It's ancient history, Mom waved her hand dismissively. What matters is that Felicity has apparently done, well, for herself. Her tone suggested she was still deciding if that was a good thing. Very well, I confirmed, standing. Paradise Cove is one of the top-rated luxury resorts in the Pacific. We're booked solid year-round, and our waiting list is months long. Then why accept our reservation? Sophie finally spoke up. Because family comes first. I echoed Mom's old words back to her. Always. The silence that followed was delicious. Well, I continued, moving toward the door, I'll let you all get settled. Your dinner reservation is at 7 in our main restaurant. I've taken the liberty of arranging something special. Felicity, wait, Sophie called out, but I was already closing the door behind me. Walker was waiting outside. That went well. That was just the appetizer. I started walking back to my office. Wait until they see what I have planned for dinner. I saw your mother's face. He fell into step beside me. She looked shocked, impressed, horrified, scared, he said quietly, like she's waiting for the other shoe to drop. Good. I stopped at the elevator. She should be. Felicity, don't start, Walker. This is just beginning. The elevator doors opened with a soft ding. By the way, did you confirm the photographer for Mom's birthday dinner? Yes, but perfect. I stepped into the elevator. Make sure they get plenty of shots of everyone's faces when I give my toast. As the doors closed, I caught a glimpse of my family's villa in the distance. Through the windows, I could see them all huddled together, probably discussing what just happened. Mom was gesturing animatedly, Sophie looked worried, and Tessa was finally looking up from her phone, staring in my direction with an unreadable expression. Let them talk. Let them worry. They had no idea what I had planned for the next few days. After all, revenge, like fine wine, only gets better with age. I was reviewing the evening's dinner arrangements when someone knocked on my office door. Sophie stood there, looking exactly like she did when we were kids, and she'd sneak into my room after one of Mom's lectures. Can we talk? She asked. I'm rather busy. I gestured at the papers on my desk. Please? She stepped inside anyway. This is the first time I've seen you in person in, 5 years? 4 years? 8 months? Your wedding. I set down my pen. You know, the one where Mom seated me at the back with the college friends you haven't spoken to since freshman year. Sophie winced. I didn't know about the seating arrangement until... Save it. I stood up, walking to the window. What do you want, Sophie? I want to understand. This place, it's incredible. Why didn't you tell me? Would it have mattered? Would you have stopped going on the family trips if you knew? Before she could answer, another voice cut in. Excuse me, is this a bad time? A man stood in my doorway, tall, tanned, with the kind of smile that probably got him out of speeding tickets. I recognized him from the guest registry. Connor, staying in the oceanfront suite for a week. Mr. Garrett. I straightened. How can I help you? Please, call me Connor. He glanced between Sophie and me. I was hoping to discuss extending my stay, but I can come back. No need. I turned to Sophie. We're done here. We're not, Sophie insisted. And you know it. Connor cleared his throat. I actually have a dinner reservation in 20 minutes. Perhaps I could come back tomorrow? Something about his diplomatic tone made me pause. Join us for dinner instead. I was just about to head down to inspect the service anyway. Sophie's eyes widened. Felicity? Perfect, Connor smiled. Though I hope I'm not interrupting a family reunion. Actually, I said, you're providing a welcome buffer for one. The restaurant was already filling up when we arrived. I spotted my mother at our family's reserved table, watching us with narrowed eyes as we approached with Connor. Mom, I said sweetly, I hope you don't mind if we join you. Mr. Garrett here is one of our most valued guests. Of course not, she replied with equally false sweetness. We always have room for friends. Tessa looked up from her phone for the first time since arriving. Wait, aren't you that guy from the fitness app commercials? Connor laughed, guilty as charged. Though I prefer to think of myself as a tech entrepreneur who occasionally gets roped into marketing. Fascinating, Mom cut in. Felicity, dear, I was just telling everyone about how surprised we are to find you here. Who would have thought our little rebel would end up in hospitality? I signaled the waiter for wine. Life is full of surprises, isn't it? Like finding out your daughter owns one of the most exclusive resorts in the Pacific, rather than just working here. Uncle Barry choked on his water. Owns? Tessa's eyes went wide. Like, for real? For real, I confirmed, as the sommelier appeared with a bottle of ridiculously expensive Bordeaux. I built this place from the ground up. Every detail, every design choice, every luxury amenity, all me. With investors, surely, Mom interjected. Actually, Connor spoke up, Paradise Cove is famous for being independently owned. It was a major talking point when I was researching vacation spots. He turned to me. I had no idea I was dining with the founder herself. Mom's smile tightened. How lovely that our Felicity has made such interesting connections. Speaking of connections, I said, Tessa, how's college? Still studying fashion design? How did you know that? Tessa blinked. I make it my business to know everything about my guests. I sipped my wine, including the fact that Mom's birthday dinner this weekend will have 15 people, not 7. The table fell silent. You should join us, Sophie blurted out, for Mom's birthday dinner. You're here anyway, and I'll be there, I interrupted. I'm hosting it after all. Mom set down her fork with a clang. You're what? Hosting. I've arranged everything. The menu, the wine pairings, the entertainment. Consider it 16 years of missed birthday presents rolled into one. How thoughtful. Mom's voice could have frozen the tropical air around us. Connor cleared his throat. The food here is exceptional. I particularly recommend the sea bass. As conversation reluctantly turned to safer topics, I caught Sophie watching me with a mixture of concern and curiosity. She'd seen something in my expression, something that worried her. Good, because the birthday dinner wasn't just going to be a celebration, it was going to be a reckoning. And I had the perfect toast prepared. The private dining room buzzed with conversation as 15 members of my extended family settled in for Mom's birthday dinner. I stood at the entrance, watching them fawn over the elaborate decorations, the custom menu cards, the crystal champagne flutes, all carefully chosen to showcase exactly what their outcast daughter had achieved. Quite the turnout. Connor appeared beside me, adjusting his tie. Thanks for the last-minute invitation. Thanks for accepting. I needed a friendly face in the crowd. Ready to watch the show? Is that what this is? Before I could respond, Mom clinked her glass, commanding attention like she always did. Before we begin, I want to thank everyone for coming to celebrate my 60th birthday. And... She paused, looking directly at me. Thank you, Felicity, for this Unexpected hospitality. Oh, I'm just getting started, I smiled, moving to the head of the table. Would anyone like to see some photos of the resort's development? I had them specially prepared for tonight. Walker, right on cue, dimmed the lights as a screen descended from the ceiling. The first image appeared, a younger me, standing on an undeveloped beach, blueprints in hand. This was day 1, I said, when it was just empty beach and a dream, and a trust fund I'd been saving since I was 17. Mom's champagne glass froze halfway to her lips. The next slide showed construction beginning. I lived in a trailer on site for 2 years, overseeing every detail. This was during the summer of 2015. I believe you were all in Bali that year. Aunt Margaret shifted uncomfortably. Uncle Barry suddenly became very interested in his napkin. And here, another slide, is opening day. We were fully booked within hours of announcing our launch. The same day, actually, that the family was posting photos from that ski trip in Aspen. Felicity, Sophie warned quietly. But my favorite photo, I continued, as the next image appeared, is this one. The screen showed a familiar scene, my family on a beach, all smiles and sunburns. The vacation I'd missed because I wouldn't babysit Tessa. Where did you get that? Mom's voice shook slightly. It was on social media. Public post. I've kept every photo from every vacation I wasn't invited to. 16 years worth. Tessa put down her phone. Is that why I found all those old vacation albums in my suite? You did what? Mom snapped. I thought our guests might enjoy some light reading. I signaled the servers to begin serving dinner. I had copies made, one for each room. That's enough! Mom stood up, her chair scraping against the floor. I don't know what game you're playing. Game? I laughed. This isn't a game, Mom. This is karma. This is what happens when you cast out your daughter for daring to have ambitions beyond babysitting. I never cast you out. I chose to prioritize my future over being Tessa's unpaid nanny, and you punished me for it, for 16 years. The room fell silent except for the gentle clink of servers placing plates. Is that true? Tessa looked at her father. Is that why Felicity stopped coming on trips? Uncle Barry wouldn't meet her eyes. It was complicated. It wasn't complicated at all, I said. Mom gave me an ultimatum, babysit or be excluded. I chose exclusion, and look where it got me. Where it got you, Mom's voice was ice, is bitter and alone in your big, empty resort, orchestrating elaborate revenge plots instead of simply talking to your family. Talking? I stepped closer to her. Like when I tried to talk to you after graduation, or when I tried to explain why I couldn't watch Tessa, or maybe like when I sent you my business plan and you returned it unopened. I returned it because you were being stubborn. I was being ambitious. Ladies, Connor stood up, his voice calm but firm. Perhaps we should stay out of this. Mom and I snapped simultaneously. No, he said, surprising us both. Look around. This is supposed to be a celebration, but you're both so focused on winning that you can't see what you're losing. I followed his gesture to see Sophie crying silently, Tessa staring at her lap, Uncle Barry looking years older than he had at check-in. Felicity, Walker appeared at my elbow. There's an urgent call from the mainland about tomorrow's shipment. There wasn't. It was our predetermined escape signal if things got too heated. I took it. Enjoy your dinner, I said, straightening my jacket. The resort's signature chocolate souffle will be served for dessert. It's made with the same recipe I was working on the summer I wasn't invited to the Maldives. As I walked out, I heard Mom's quiet voice. What have we done? But I didn't stop. I couldn't. Because if I stopped now, I'd have to admit that revenge didn't taste nearly as sweet as I'd imagined. I was in my office, staring at weather reports warning of an approaching storm, when someone knocked. Not Walker's usual quick rap or Sophie's hesitant tap. This was determined, steady. Come in, Tessa. My cousin stepped inside, looking different from the phone-obsessed girl who'd arrived days ago. She carried one of the photo albums I'd planted in their rooms. How'd you know it was me? Security cameras. I pointed to the monitor on my desk. Plus, you're the only one brave enough to face me after last night's dinner. About that, she sat down without being invited. I've been looking through these albums, all the vacations, all the photos, 16 years of them. Quite the collection, isn't it? It's messed up, she said bluntly. What they did to you, what I did to you. I hadn't expected that. You were 15. Yeah, and I was a spoiled brat who threw tantrums until I got my way. She opened the album to a specific page. Look at this one. Me sulking because Dad wouldn't buy me a jet ski. And here's you, in the only photo I could find from that summer, studying at your desk while we were all in the Maldives. Thunder rumbled in the distance. Storm's coming, I said, trying to change the subject. Stop deflecting. Tessa leaned forward. You built all this to show them they were wrong about you, right? To prove something? I built it because I'm good at what I do. Bull. She stood up, pacing. You built it because every time they excluded you, every time they chose me over you, it made you more determined to succeed. I get it now. A knock at the door interrupted us. Walker entered, looking concerned. The storm's picking up speed, he said. We need to start moving guests inland. Already? I checked the radar. The mass of red and orange had grown significantly. It wasn't supposed to hit until tomorrow. Weather Service just upgraded it. We need to start evacuations now. My phone buzzed. A text from Connor. Entire families gathering in the main lobby. Thought you should know. Great, I muttered. Just what I need. Go, Tessa said. Be the boss. Show them exactly who you've become. The lobby was chaos when I arrived. Guests milled around nervously as my staff efficiently directed them towards safer areas. My family huddled near the check-in desk, Mom trying to take charge as usual. We need to leave immediately, she was telling Sophie. Get our things and... Nobody's leaving, I announced, striding up. The roads are already flooding. Everyone's moving to the inland building until the storm passes. You can't keep us here, Mom started. Actually, I can, and I will. This is a mandatory evacuation order for all beachfront buildings. I turned to address the crowd. Everyone, please remain calm. Our inland facility is built to withstand Category 5 hurricanes. You'll all be safe and comfortable there. She's right. Connor appeared, tablet in hand. I checked the building specs. It's one of the most secure structures in the Pacific. Mom opened her mouth to argue, but Uncle Barry cut her off. Leah, let her do her job. Her job, Mom scoffed. This is just another power play. A massive thunderclap shook the windows, making several people scream. The lights flickered. Mom, I said firmly, for once in your life, please just listen to me. Something in my voice must have reached her because she fell silent. Walker, I called out. Start the evacuation protocol. VIP guests to the 3rd floor, standard rooms on 1 and 2. Full storm procedures in effect. As my staff efficiently began moving people, Tessa appeared at my elbow. What can I do to help? I looked at her in surprise. You want to help? I owe you 16 years of support. Might as well start now. For the next hour, we worked together, directing guests, distributing emergency supplies, setting up comfort stations. Tessa proved surprisingly capable, anticipating needs before they arose. Even Mom eventually stopped trying to take control and started helping distribute blankets. By midnight, everyone was safely installed in the inland building. The storm raged outside, but inside, an unexpected calm had settled over the evacuees. Families played board games in the lounges, kids built blanket forts, and my staff served hot chocolate and cookies. I found Tessa in one of the quiet corners, still clutching that photo album. You know what I realized? She said as I sat down. In all these photos, everyone's smiling, but they're not really happy. They're just pretending everything's perfect. That's what our family does best. Not anymore. She pulled out her phone, opened the camera, and scooted closer to me. Time for a new album. One with real smiles. As the flash went off, Capturing our first photo together in 16 years, I heard Mom's voice behind us. Room for one more? The storm outside grew stronger, but somehow the thunder didn't seem quite so threatening anymore. The storm trapped us in the inland building for 2 days. By hour 36, with wind still howling outside, we'd run out of small talk and forced politeness. That's when the real storm hit. Inside. I still don't understand, Mom said, pacing our makeshift command center in the building's conference room. Why didn't you just tell us about the resort? Would you have believed me? I looked up from the weather reports. Or would you have assumed I was lying to get attention? That's not fair, isn't it? I turned to face her. When I told you about my business plan, you said I was being unrealistic. When I got my first investor, you told relatives I was playing entrepreneur. I was trying to protect you. From what? Success? Sophie, who'd been quietly helping sort emergency supplies, spoke up. From failing. Right, Mom? That's what this was always about. Mom sank into a chair. I didn't want you to get hurt. So you heard her first, Tessa said from the doorway. She'd been helping distribute snacks to guests. Real solid logic there, Aunt Leah. Tessa, Uncle Barry warned. No, she's right. Mom's voice cracked. I was terrified. The room fell silent except for the storm's rage outside. Terrified of what? I asked. Of you. She met my eyes. You were so bright, so determined, just like your father before he left us for his big dreams and never came back. I couldn't watch you make the same mistakes. So you made them for me? The bitterness in my voice surprised even me. Mom, Sophie interrupted, did you ever think that maybe Dad left because you tried to clip his wings too? I didn't, Mom started, but Connor chose that moment to burst in. Sorry to interrupt, he said, but we've got water seeping into the ground floor east wing. I switched immediately to crisis mode. Walker, get maintenance down there. Sophie, we need more towels. Tessa, already on it. Tessa grabbed emergency supplies. I'll start moving people up to higher floors. I'll help. Mom stood up. No. I held up my hand. You and I need to finish this conversation. Everyone else, go. As they filed out, Mom and I faced each other across the conference table. Outside, lightning flashed. You want to know why I didn't tell you about the resort? I said. Because I needed to prove something to myself, not you. Every time you excluded me, every time you chose perfect family photos over your actual family, I built something stronger inside myself. I never meant to. Yes, you did. You meant to control me, to force me into your perfect family mold. But here's what you didn't expect. It worked, just not the way you planned. What do you mean? Every rejection made me more determined. Every missed vacation gave me more time to work on my dreams. You tried to clip my wings, but instead you taught me to fly through storms. Mom's eyes filled with tears. I was wrong. What? I was wrong, she repeated louder. About everything. About you. About what you could become. She gestured around us. Look at what you've built. Look at how you're handling this crisis. You're not just successful, you're extraordinary. I gripped the back of a chair, steadying myself. Don't try to make this better with a few nice words. I'm not. She stepped closer. I'm trying to admit that my biggest failure wasn't in raising a rebellious daughter. It was in not seeing that my daughter's rebellion was actually her strength. Another crack of thunder, closer this time. We should check on the guests, I said, turning away. Felicity, wait. Mom grabbed my arm. I know I don't deserve forgiveness, but I'm so proud of you. Even if you never believe another word I say, please believe that. Before I could respond, Tessa burst back in. Guys, everyone's gathering in the main hall. They're scared about the storm, and they're looking for the owner to say something reassuring. I wiped my eyes quickly. Right. Yes, of course. As I headed for the door, Mom called out, Show them who you are, sweetheart. Show them what I was too blind to see. I paused in the doorway, looking back at her. Want to come watch? She smiled through her tears. I've missed enough of your moments. I'm not missing this one. Together, we walked toward the main hall, where my family, both old and new, waited to see how I'd weather this storm. And for the first time in 16 years, I felt ready to face it with them by my side. The morning after the storm broke, I stood on the resort's main deck, surveying the damage. Palm trees were scattered like pickup sticks, and the beach had transformed into a new landscape, but the buildings stood strong, just like me. Impressive construction, Connor said, joining me at the railing. Both the buildings and the bridges you've built these past few days. That was terrible, I laughed. Do you practice those lines? Only the good ones, he smiled. Your mother's looking for you, by the way. Something about breakfast? I checked my watch. Right? The birthday breakfast we'd rescheduled after the storm disrupted our dinner plans. Want to join us? Actually, I should head out. My flight's in a few hours. Already? The storm extended my stay longer than planned. He hesitated, though I wouldn't mind coming back, if the owner approves. Before I could respond, Walker appeared with a tablet. Damage reports ready. Also, your family's gathered in the private dining room. Thanks. I turned back to Connor. The owner definitely approves. In the dining room, I found a scene I never expected. Mom arranging flowers, while Tessa helped Sophie set up a breakfast buffet. Uncle Barry was attempting to fix a twisted banner that read, Happy Birthday. Need help? I asked. We've got it, Tessa said. Though fair warning, I made the coffee and I have no idea what I'm doing. I brought backup. Walker appeared with the resort's barista and a professional coffee service. Always prepared, Mom smiled, just like you. As we settled around the table, the morning sun streaming through windows that had weathered yesterday's storm, Sophie raised her glass. A toast? Actually, I said, I have something to say first. I pulled out an envelope. Mom, this was supposed to be part of my big revenge reveal at your birthday dinner. But, well, plans change. She opened the envelope slowly, pulling out a deed. What is this? A vacation villa. Here at the resort. It's yours. Felicity, I can't. You can. And before you protest, it's not just for you. It's for all of us. I looked around the table. No more exclusive family vacations. No more choosing who's worthy of being included. This place is big enough for all our differences. Even mine, Tessa grinned, because I was thinking of doing my fashion internship somewhere tropical next summer. Don't push it, I laughed, but we both knew I meant yes. Speaking of pushing things, Sophie said, sliding a folder across the table, I have something for you too. Inside was a business proposal. Resort-based wedding planning services? I've been thinking, she said. My event planning business in the city is doing well, but maybe it's time for an expansion. If you're interested in a partnership? Partners, I tested the word. I like it. Me too, Mom said quietly. Though I hope there's room for one more partner. I may be retired, but I do have 30 years of hospitality experience. I met her eyes across the table. We'll start small, maybe consulting on the holiday programs. She nodded, understanding the olive branch for what it was. Well, Uncle Barry stood up, since we're all sharing news. Tessa, should you tell them? Or should I? Tessa bounced in her seat. We're moving. Dad's opening a new office here on the island. Really? Mom looked surprised. Really? He confirmed. After seeing what Felicity built here, well, let's just say it inspired some changes. Walker cleared his throat from the doorway. Sorry to interrupt, but the contractors are here to assess the storm damage. Go, Mom waved me off. We'll handle cleanup here. You sure? Positive. She stood up, straightening her shirt. Though I might stop by later to see how the repairs are going. If that's okay? More than okay. I headed for the door, then paused. Oh, and Mom? Happy birthday. Thank you, sweetheart. She smiled. Though I think you're the one who got the best gift. Your family back. No, I corrected her. We all got something better. A fresh start. As I walked through my storm-battered but standing resort, I heard laughter from the dining room behind me. Not the forced, photo-perfect laughter from those old vacation albums, but real, messy, imperfect joy. The kind that weather any storm. The kind worth waiting 16 years for. The kind that feels like home. I pulled out my phone and texted Connor. About that return visit, how does next month sound? His reply came instantly. Perfect. I hear the owner runs a pretty good resort. I smiled, looking back at my family through the dining room windows. She's learning, I typed back. She's finally learning.
I stood in Grandma's garden, breathing in the familiar scent of her prized roses, while Mum's words still rang in my ears. Let your sister have it. She's the favourite after all. She'd said it so casually, like commenting on the weather, not dropping a bomb that shattered my world. I'm Samara, and this garden had been my sanctuary since I was old enough to toddle after Grandma with a tiny watering can. Now, just 2 weeks after her funeral, my mother had decided my sister Layla deserved this piece of heaven more than I did. Samara! Mum's sharp voice cut through my thoughts. Come inside, we need to discuss the paperwork. I wiped my eyes quickly and headed into the kitchen where Mum and Layla sat at the worn oak table. The same table where Grandma taught me to roll cookie dough and whispered her secret recipe for happiness. Create something beautiful, share it with others, and watch joy multiply. Sign here, Mum pushed the papers toward me. It's just a formality to transfer the deed to Layla. Don't worry, little sis, Layla smiled, that condescending smile I knew too well. You can visit any time. Maybe I'll even let you tend to those old roses. My hand trembled as I reached for the pen. Did anyone actually ask me if I wanted the house? Mum's eyes narrowed. Samara, don't start. Layla has a family to think about, and you're still... She waved her hand dismissively. Finding yourself. Oh, finding myself? I laughed, but it came out hollow. I run my own consulting business. I make more than Layla does at her corporate job. That little online thing you do? Mum scoffed. Layla has stability, responsibility. She needs this house more than you do. I stood up, my chair scraping against the floor. Grandma taught me everything about this garden. Every single plant has a story she shared with me while Layla was too busy with her friends to visit. That's exactly why you don't need the house, Layla interjected. You already have the memories. I need to make new ones with my kids. My best friend Michelle's words from last night echoed in my head. Don't let them see you break. Whatever happens, stay strong and strategic. I took a deep breath and signed the papers, watching Layla's triumphant smile grow. Congratulations, I said, my voice steady. I hope you appreciate what you've been given. As I walked toward the door, Mum called out, Don't be dramatic, Samara. Family decisions aren't always fair, but they're for the best. I paused at the threshold, looking back at the kitchen where so many of my childhood memories lived. You're right, Mum. Sometimes they're not fair at all. Walking down the familiar path one last time, I noticed a for sale sign on the empty house next door. I stopped, staring at it as an idea began to form. The property shared a fence with Grandma's beloved garden. My phone buzzed, a text from Michelle. How did it go? I typed back quickly. They did exactly what we expected. Time for plan B. Can you meet me at the cafe in 20? On my way, bringing my real estate contact's number too. I smiled for the first time that day, remembering another of Grandma's lessons. Sometimes the best revenge is building something beautiful right under someone's nose. Looking back at the house one last time, I saw Layla and Mom through the window, probably already planning renovations that would erase Grandma's touch. They had no idea what I was about to do. My phone rang. It was Craig, my business consultant. Perfect timing, I answered. Remember how you said I should invest my profits in property? Finally ready to take that leap? He asked. More than ready, and I know exactly where to start. I walked toward my car, purpose in every step. How quickly can you help me set up an LLC? Give me till tomorrow morning. But Samara, are you sure about this? Real estate is a big commitment. I looked at the for sale sign again, imagining the possibilities. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. They think they know what I'm capable of, Craig. They're about to find out how wrong they are. As I drove away, I caught one last glimpse of Grandma's roses in my rearview mirror. Watch me, Grandma, I whispered. I'm about to create something beautiful, just like you taught me. And this time, no one can take it away. The asking price is $350, but I think we can get it for $320. Michelle's real estate contact, Nicole, said as we walked through the empty house next to Grandma's. It needs work, but the bones are good. I ran my hand along the wall, already seeing possibilities. How fast can we close? Eager, aren't we? Nicole smiled, her eyes sharp and knowing. I like that. With cash we could close in 2 weeks. Fun. I pulled out my phone and sent a quick text to Craig about transferring the funds from my business account. Michelle whistled. Girl, you're not playing around. I learned from the best, I said, thinking of Grandma's business sense. Everyone saw the sweet old lady with her roses, but few knew she'd built a small empire of rental properties before retiring. My phone buzzed, Mom calling. I declined it and turned to Nicole. What about the property on the other side? Nicole's eyebrows shot up. Actually, that owner contacted me yesterday. They're considering selling. Perfect. Let's make an offer before they list it. Samara, Michelle grabbed my arm, are you sure about this? That's a lot of capital to tie up at once. I led them to the bay window overlooking Grandma's garden, where Layla was already cutting down the rose bushes to make room for a playground. I've never been more sure. 3 weeks later, I sat in Craig's office, reviewing the paperwork for my second property acquisition. The community development proposal looks solid, he said, sliding a folder across his desk. But are you sure about the women's business incubator concept? Absolutely. This area needs it, and I know exactly who to bring in first. I pulled up Amelia's Instagram page, showcasing her handmade jewellery. Local artisans like her just need space and support to grow. Craig nodded slowly. It's actually brilliant. The renovation costs are high, but the potential return is more than just financial, I finished, though that part won't hurt either. My phone buzzed again. Another missed call from Mom. I'd been dodging family dinners for weeks, making excuses about work. Speaking of family, Craig said carefully, have you told them about any of this? I laughed. Mum still thinks I play around on the internet for a living. Let them keep thinking that. Later that afternoon, I met with Amelia at a local coffee shop. Her eyes widened as I laid out my vision for the space. You're serious? She asked, clutching her coffee cup. You'd really give local artists dedicated studio space? Not give, rent, but at below market rates, plus shared resources, marketing support and a built-in community. I slid the proposal across the table. You'd be our anchor tenant. This is... She blinked back tears. This is exactly what I've been dreaming of, but couldn't afford on my own. I know, that's why we're building it. I thought of all the times Mum had dismissed my ideas. Sometimes you have to create what you wish existed. My phone buzzed yet again. This time it was Layla. Mum's worried about you. You never come around anymore. The house renovations are almost done. Don't you want to see? I typed back, busy with work, maybe next week. Looking up, I caught Amelia studying the architectural renderings. When can you start? She asked. Construction begins next month. We should be ready for move-in within 4 months. Count me in, she said firmly, pulling out her checkbook for the deposit. That evening, I stood outside my first property, watching the contractors finish up for the day. Nicole appeared beside me, holding 2 cups of coffee. "You know," she said, handing me one, "when Michelle first told me about your plan, I thought it was just revenge real estate." I sipped my coffee, watching the sunset paint the buildings in gold. Maybe it started that way. But now it's about building something meaningful, something Grandma would be proud of. I turned to her. "Speaking of which, how's the offer on the 3rd property coming along?" Nicole grinned. "They accepted this morning. Congratulations, you're about to own the entire block, except for one house in the middle." I looked over at Grandma's house, where Layla's kids were playing in what used to be the rose garden. That's okay. They have no idea they're about to be surrounded by something amazing. My phone buzzed with a text from Michelle. "Your mum's asking questions about your secret project. What should I tell her?" I smiled and typed back, "Tell her I'm still finding myself. She'll love that." Looking up at my growing empire, I felt Grandma's presence stronger than ever. "Just wait," I whispered to the evening air. "This is only the beginning." The construction dust had barely settled when Amelia sold her first piece from her new studio. I watched her wrap the intricate necklace for a customer, her hands steady, but her eyes glistening. "I can't believe this is real," she said after the customer left. 3 sales in 1 day, Samara. That's more than I used to make in a month working from my garage." I smiled, remembering Grandma's words about joy multiplying. "Just wait until the other studios are filled. We're creating a destination here." The bell above the door chimed as Nicole walked in, waving a folder. "Guess who just got approved for the business district rezoning?" "No way!" I grabbed the folder, scanning the documents. "This means we can move forward with the cafe and workshop spaces." "All approved. And—" Nicole paused dramatically. "You made the shortlist for the Young Entrepreneur Award. The ceremony's next month." My celebration was interrupted by my phone ringing. "Layla." I hesitated before answering. "Where are you?" she demanded. "Mum's birthday dinner is in an hour." My stomach dropped. I'd completely forgotten. "I'm sorry, I got caught up with your secret internet business," Layla scoffed. "Just be here. Mum's already upset you missed the housewarming party." After hanging up, I turned to Nicole and Amelia. "I have to go. Can you handle the contractor meeting tomorrow morning?" "Go," Nicole said. "We've got this. But Samara, they're going to find out eventually." I grabbed my keys, already dreading the evening ahead. Not until everything's perfect. 30 minutes later, I walked into my childhood home, where Mum was holding court in the living room. "Finally!" Mum exclaimed. "We were starting to think you'd forgotten how to find us." "Happy birthday, Mum." I handed her a carefully wrapped package. "Sorry I'm late. Work's been busy." "Oh yes, your computer job," she waved dismissively. "Layla, tell everyone about your promotion." I sat through dinner, picking at my food while Layla detailed her new executive position. Mum beamed with pride, barely noticing when I received an urgent text from Craig. "Major developer interested in touring the properties tomorrow. This could be huge for the project." "Samara," Mum's sharp voice cut through my thoughts. "Are you even listening? Layla was asking about your little online business." I looked up to find everyone staring at me. "It's going well. Actually, She's probably still playing with her website stuff," Layla interrupted. "Remember when she thought she could make a living selling things online?" "That was 10 years ago," I said quietly, thinking of the 7-figure revenue my little business generated last year. "Well, at least you're keeping busy," Mum said, "though you really should consider a real job like your sister. Security is important at your age." My phone buzzed again, this time a photo from Amelia showing a sold-out sign on her studio door. I smiled, remembering the tears in her eyes when she'd first seen the space. "What's so interesting on your phone?" Layla peered over. "Another cat video?" I locked the screen quickly. "Just work stuff." After dinner, I escaped to the backyard, seeking refuge in the familiar space. The rose garden was gone, replaced by plastic playground equipment. My chest tightened at the sight. Different, isn't it? Mum's voice came from behind me. Layla's really made this place her own. Yeah, she has. I touched the fence where Grandma's climbing roses used to be. Everything changes, I guess. Speaking of change, Mum crossed her arms. What's really going on with you? All these mysterious meetings, never around anymore. I considered telling her everything about the properties, the business incubator, the award nomination. Instead, I said, just trying to find my path, Mum, like you always wanted. Back in my car, I called Michelle. I almost told them tonight. Why didn't you? I started the engine, looking at the lights coming on in my properties surrounding Grandma's house. Because they're not ready to see me succeed on my own terms. The developer meeting tomorrow might change everything, Michelle reminded me. You can't keep this quiet much longer. I know. I pulled away from the curb, watching Layla's perfect life through the windows. But when they find out, I want it to be impossible to dismiss. My phone lit up with a message from Nicole. Chamber of Commerce wants to feature our Women's Business Hub in their annual report. Ready to go public? I smiled, thinking of Mum's dismissive wave and Layla's condescending smile. Not yet, I typed back, but soon, very soon. The streetlights illuminated my growing empire as I drove home, each window representing another dream taking flight. Grandma would have understood. Sometimes the sweetest success is the one nobody sees coming. The offer is substantial, Craig said, sliding the developer's proposal across his desk. 5 times what you've invested so far. They want the entire block. I stared at the number, remembering Mum's words about real jobs. And if I say no, they'll likely go higher. Craig leaned back. But that's not why you're hesitating, is it? Before I could answer, my phone buzzed. A group text from Mum. Family reunion this Saturday. No excuses, Samara. Everyone's asking about you. Perfect timing, I muttered, showing Craig the message. They still think I'm playing around with websites, and now I have to decide whether to sell a multi-million-dollar development. The door opened, and Nicole burst in, waving a newspaper. We made the front page of the business section. Local entrepreneur transforms historic district into women's business hub. My heart stopped. Please tell me they didn't use my name. Relax, Nicole handed me the paper. They respected your wishes. But Samara, you're going to be speaking at the Chamber of Commerce next month. People will know. I skimmed the article, relief turning to pride as I read about Amelia's success story and the waiting list for studio space. Maybe it's time they did know. Saturday arrived too quickly. I pulled up to Layla's house, Grandma's house, where cars already lined the street. Through the window, I could see Mom holding court in the living room. There's my mysterious sister, Layla called out as I entered. Finally decided to join the land of the living. Been busy, I said, accepting her air kiss. How's the house? Perfect, now that we've modernized everything, though the neighborhood's getting weird, all these artsy shops popping up everywhere. I bit back a smile. Really? I hadn't noticed? Samara, Mum's voice carried across the room. Come tell everyone about your internet hobby. Your cousin Janet's son is good with computers too. I walked over, counting to 10 silently. Actually, Mum, it's not just... She makes little websites, Mum explained to the relatives, while Layla here just made partner at her firm. Speaking of success, Layla chimed in, we're thinking of buying the house next door when that weird art gallery moves out. Turn it into a proper family compound. I choked on my drink. The gallery's moving. Well, not yet, Layla smirked. But once we make an offer, I'm sure they'll see reason. That whole business looks shaky anyway. My phone buzzed. A text from Amelia. Just sold a $5,000 commission piece. The gallery's booked solid for next month's showcase. Everything okay? Mum asked, noticing my expression. "You look flushed." "Fine," I managed. "Just work stuff." "Oh, your little website things." Aunt Susan patted my hand. "You know, the grocery store is hiring if you need something more stable." The doorbell rang, saved by Craig's perfect timing. "Sorry to interrupt," he said smoothly, "but we need Ms. Morris's signature on some urgent documents." "Now?" Mum frowned. "We're having a family gathering." "It's fine," I stood up. "This will just take a minute." Outside, Craig handed me a folder. "The developers doubled their offer. They know about the Chamber of Commerce speech and want to close before it goes public." I looked through Grandma's front window at my family, then at the thriving businesses surrounding them. "Tell them no!" "No? Samara, this is not about money," I finished. "Look at what we've built here. Every woman in those buildings has a story like mine. Someone told them they couldn't, shouldn't, or weren't enough. Now they're proving everyone wrong." Craig nodded slowly. "The press will be at the chamber speech. Your family will find out everything." Good." I watched Layla gesturing at the gallery through the window, probably already planning her expansion. Let them see exactly what their little website girl has been up to. Back inside, Mum cornered me by the stairs. "What was that about? What documents?" "Just business stuff, Mom." "Business?" She laughed. "Samara, making websites for people isn't a real business. When are you going to—" "Mom," Layla called out, "come look at these renovation plans. We're thinking of expanding once we buy out these ridiculous shops." I watched them huddle over the plans, completely oblivious to who actually owned those ridiculous shops. My phone buzzed again. Nicole this time. Local Business Weekly wants to do a cover story. Ready to show your family who's boss? Looking at Mum and Layla plotting their takeover of my empire, I typed back, "Schedule the interview. It's time they learned what their little website girl can do." The karma of their dismissal was about to come full circle, and I couldn't wait to see their faces when they realized who really owned the neighborhood. "You want me to what?" I stared at Nicole across the conference table. "Have lunch with your mum and sister," she repeated, "at Amelia's new cafe. The Business Weekly photographer wants candid shots of you in your element, and family adds a personal touch." I laughed humorlessly. "You do remember these are the same people who think I play with websites all day?" "Exactly," Michelle chimed in. "Time to show them the empire you've built right under their noses." After some convincing, I texted Mom. "Lunch tomorrow? There's a new cafe I want to try." "Finally," she replied. "Layla can join too. She's been wanting to check out these new businesses anyway. Scope out the competition before we expand." The next day, I arrived early to find Amelia arranging fresh flowers on the tables. Her cafe, connected to her jewelry studio, had become the heart of our little community. "Ready for this?" she asked, straightening my favourite table's centrepiece. "As I'll ever be." I checked my phone. "They should be here any—" "Samara!" Mum's voice carried across the space. "This place is interesting. Very artsy." Layla followed, eyeing the exposed brick walls and local artwork. "Bit pretentious, isn't it? But the location is perfect for our expansion plans." "Welcome to Bloom Cafe," Amelia approached with menus. "I'm the owner. Please sit anywhere." Mum barely glanced at her. "Yes, well, we won't be staying long, just humouring my daughter's fascination with these pop-up shops." We settled at my usual table, where I could see the entire bustling cafe. Women with laptops collaborated in corners, artists sketched at window seats, and the lunch rush was building. "So," Layla stirred her coffee, "have you thought about getting a real job yet? These little businesses won't last once we develop the area properly." Before I could respond, Nicole walked in with a photographer. Mum frowned. "What's going on?" "Miss Morris," the photographer approached our table. "Could we get a few shots of you with your family for the Business Weekly cover?" "Cover?" Mum looked confused. What cover? The feature on successful women entrepreneurs, Nicole explained smoothly. Samara's being honoured for transforming this neighbourhood. Layla's coffee cup clattered against its saucer. What are you talking about? I took a deep breath. Remember those little websites I make? That was just the beginning. I own this building, and the one next door, and the one after that. Don't be ridiculous, Mum scoffed. You can't afford... Actually, Nicole interrupted, Samara owns the entire block, except for your house, of course. Her online business generated enough capital to... 7 figures last year, I added quietly. Those little websites paid for all of this. The colour drained from Layla's face. But we were going to expand, buy out these properties. Can't buy what isn't for sale. I gestured around the cafe. Every woman here has a story like mine. Someone told them they weren't enough. Now they're thriving. Mum's hands trembled as she set down her cup. Why didn't you tell us? Would you have believed me? I met her eyes. You never took me seriously before. Why start now? The photographer snapped photos as realization dawned on their faces. Amelia approached with our lunch, each plate artfully arranged. Your usual Samara? She smiled. I added extra rose petals to the salad, just like your grandmother used to love. Mum's head snapped up. You knew my mother? Samara told me all about her, Amelia said. That's why we named the cafe Bloom, after her rose garden, the one that used to be next door. Layla pushed her plate away. I can't believe... Believe it, Nicole said, laying out the Business Weekly proofs. Samara's created something remarkable here. The Chamber of Commerce speech next week will make it official. Speech? Mum whispered. About empowering local women entrepreneurs, I explained. Turns out my little hobby had bigger plans. The photographer captured Mum's stunned expression, Layla's deflated posture, and my quiet confidence. Perfect for the cover story. From overlooked to overachieving, how one woman built an empire of empowerment. I need some air, Layla stood abruptly. This is too much. Mum remained seated, staring at the business photos spread before her. All this time, while we were dismissing you, I was building something beautiful, I finished, just like Grandma taught me. As they left the cafe, visibly shaken, Michelle squeezed my shoulder. How does it feel? I watched through the window as they looked up and down the street, really seeing my creation for the first time. Like karma just served the perfect lunch. My phone buzzed. A message from Craig. Another developer called, double the last offer. I typed back while watching my family retreat to Grandma's house, now surrounded by my success. Still not for sale. Some things are worth more than money. The roses might be gone from Grandma's garden, but her legacy was blooming stronger than ever, right under their noses. The Business Weekly issue hit newsstands on a Tuesday. By Wednesday morning, my phone wouldn't stop ringing. Have you seen your mother's Facebook post? Michelle's voice was tense. You need to check this out. I pulled up Mum's page to find a long public rant. My daughter has been secretly buying up property around our family home. Instead of supporting her sister's dreams of expansion, she's turned our quiet neighbourhood into some kind of feminist business experiment. I don't even recognise her anymore. Feminist business experiment? I laughed despite myself. That's actually not a bad tagline. Samara, this is serious, Michelle insisted. Layla's commenting on it too. Before I could respond, Nicole burst into my office. The Chamber of Commerce called. They've moved your speech to the main auditorium. Ticket requests are overwhelming. Perfect timing, I muttered, showing her Mum's post. They're trying to paint me as the villain. Then let's show them the hero you really are. Nicole pulled out her tablet. Look at these numbers. Employment up 40% in the area. Property values increased. Crime down. You're not destroying the neighbourhood. You're saving it. My phone buzzed. Layla calling. After 3 days of silence, she finally wanted to talk. I took a deep breath and answered. "How could you do this to me?" she demanded. "You knew I wanted to expand. And you knew I loved this neighborhood," I replied calmly. "You just never thought I'd do anything about it." Mum's devastated. She keeps saying she doesn't understand where she went wrong with you. I stood up, walking to my office window that overlooked the bustling street below. "Wrong? Look outside, Layla. Look at what I've built. What exactly is wrong about that?" "It's not about the businesses," she snapped. "It's about you going behind our backs." "Like you went behind my back with Grandma's house?" The words slipped out before I could stop them. At least I built something new instead of destroying what was already there. Silence filled the line. Finally, Layla spoke quietly. "The chamber speech is tomorrow night. Are you really going through with this?" "Front row seats are reserved for family," I said. "Whether you use them is up to you." After hanging up, I walked down to Amelia's cafe. The lunch rush was in full swing, every table filled with women working, creating, collaborating. "Your usual?" Amelia asked, already preparing my tea. "Actually, I need your help, all of you." I looked around at the women who'd become my true family. "Tomorrow night, I want to show my mother and sister what we've really built here." The next evening, I stood backstage at the Chamber of Commerce, peering through the curtain. The auditorium was packed, but my eyes fixed on the front row. 2 empty seats glared back at me. "They're not coming," I told Michelle. "Wait," she pointed to the entrance. Mum and Layla were being shown to their seats, both looking uncomfortable under the bright lights. The chamber president introduced me, reading off our accomplishments: job creation, community development, economic growth. With each point, I watched Mum's expression shift from dismissive to confused to something like wonder. I stepped up to the podium, my hands steady. "Everyone expects me to talk about business strategy tonight. Instead, I want to tell you about my grandmother's roses." The room fell silent. In the front row, Mum sat up straighter. She taught me that beauty multiplies when you share it, that success isn't about what you own, but what you create. I gestured to the women filling the seats. Every person here has a story about someone telling them they couldn't, shouldn't, or weren't enough. Tonight, they're proving those voices wrong. Amelia stood up first, then Nicole, then others. Dozens of women whose lives had been transformed by our little feminist business experiment. "This isn't about revenge," I continued, meeting Mum's eyes. "It's about legacy, about taking what someone taught you about love and growth and planting those seeds where they can flourish." Tears rolled down Mum's cheeks as Amelia walked forward, presenting her with a specially crafted necklace, roses crafted in silver and gold, wrapped around a key. "What's this?" Mum whispered. "The key to our new community garden," I explained, "built where Grandma's roses once grew. Because some traditions shouldn't be lost, they should be shared." Layla stared at the key, then at me. "You're not selling, even with the developers." "Some things are worth more than money," I said. "Some things are about family, all kinds of family." As applause filled the auditorium, I watched understanding finally dawn in their eyes. They'd tried to write my story for me, never realizing I was writing my own all along, and this chapter was just the beginning. After the speech, Mum found me in the reception area, clutching the rose necklace like a lifeline. "Can we talk? Privately?" I led her to my office, the one with the view of what used to be Grandma's garden. The construction of the new community garden was already underway, soft lights illuminating the progress. "I don't know where to start," Mum said, sinking into a chair. "All this time, when we thought you were just playing with websites," I finished, pouring us both tea in Grandma's old cups I kept in my office. "I was wrong," she whispered, her hands trembling around the delicate china. "So wrong,
But why didn't you tell us? Would it have mattered? I set my cup down. The day you gave Grandma's house to Layla, you told me to let the favourite have it. Those words changed everything. A knock interrupted us. Layla stood in the doorway, mascara streaked down her cheeks. I heard what you said about Grandma's roses, about legacy. Come in, I said, pulling up another chair. The playground, Layla's voice cracked. I didn't even think about what those roses meant to you. I wanted to make the house mine. Like Mom made everything yours? The words came out sharper than intended. Mum flinched. I never meant to. Yes, you did, I cut her off. You always meant to favour Layla. You just never expected it to backfire. Backfire? Layla looked around the office, taking in the awards, the business plans, the view of my growing empire. Is that what this is? Revenge? No, I stood and walked to the window. This is what happens when you underestimate someone for too long. They might just surprise you. Nicole appeared in the doorway with Amelia. Sorry to interrupt, but the reporters want final comments about the community garden project. Mom stood up suddenly. The garden? You're really building it, even after we destroyed the original. Come see. I led them down to the construction site, where the outline of the new garden was taking shape. It's going to be different from Grandma's, but that's the point. We're not replacing what was lost. We're creating something new. Amelia touched one of the marked plots. Each business owner gets a section to tend. We're planting roses, but also herbs for the cafe, flowers for my jewellery designs, vegetables for the community kitchen. Community kitchen? Layla asked. Where local women can start food businesses without the overhead of a full restaurant, I explained. Just like Grandma taught me. Create something beautiful, share it with others. And watch joy multiply, Mum finished, tears flowing freely now. She always said that. I remember, I said softly. Even when you thought I wasn't paying attention, I was learning. From both of you, actually. From us? Layla looked surprised. You taught me persistence. Mum taught me determination. I just applied those lessons differently than you expected. Mum reached for my hand. I'm so sorry, Samara, for making you feel less than, for not seeing me, I completed her thought. But you see me now, don't you? She nodded, looking around at the thriving businesses, the construction, the women coming and going even at this late hour. I see you, finally. The garden opening is next month, Amelia mentioned carefully. We're naming it after your grandmother. Layla wiped her eyes. Could I help? Maybe tend a small plot? I studied my sister, seeing vulnerability replace arrogance for the first time. There's room for everyone here. That's the whole point. Mum fingered the rose necklace. Your grandmother would be so proud, not just of what you built, but how you built it. With purpose, with vision, with love, I added, even when it didn't feel like it. As we stood there, surrounded by the framework of new beginnings, I felt the weight of old resentments finally lifting. Mum and Layla saw me now, really saw me, and that was worth more than any revenge could have been. So, Layla said hesitantly, what happens next? I smiled, thinking of all the plans still in motion, all the women waiting for their chance to bloom. Next, we grow, together this time. Mum squeezed my hand, understanding finally dawning in her eyes. Together, she repeated, looking at her two daughters, not favourite and forgotten, but equal at last. Above us, stars twinkled like Grandma's knowing eyes, watching her legacy flourish in ways none of us could have imagined. Sometimes the best revenge isn't revenge at all. It's growing into something so magnificent that those who doubted you have no choice but to believe. The morning of the garden opening, I found Mom already there, kneeling in the dirt with gardening gloves that matched mine. Couldn't sleep, she explained, carefully positioning a rose bush. I kept thinking about all the mornings I watched your grandmother do this exact same thing. Me too. I knelt beside her, inhaling the familiar scent of fresh earth and roses. Though I never thought I'd see you gardening. People can surprise you. She sat back on her heels, studying my faith, like my daughter who built an empire while I was too blind to see it. The sound of car doors made us turn. Layla was helping her kids out of their car, all of them wearing matching gardening aprons. "We came to help," her youngest announced, waving a tiny watering can. "Perfect timing," I smiled, pointing to the children's section we'd designed. "That whole area needs watering." As the kids ran off, Layla joined us, looking uncertain. "I brought Grandma's old gardening tools, found them in the basement. Thought maybe they belong here," I finished, taking the worn toolbox, just like we all do. Throughout the morning, women arrived, business owners, community members, local leaders. Each brought something to plant, creating a tapestry of colours and textures across the garden beds. Amelia set up a small table, displaying jewellery inspired by the garden. "First collection in our new community space," she announced proudly. "Each piece tells a story." Like this one, Mum picked up a necklace featuring intertwined roses. "It reminds me of how your grandmother's roses used to climb the trellis." "That's the legacy collection," Amelia explained. "Samara helped design it." Mum's eyes welled up. "It's beautiful." "Ha! Speaking of legacy," Layla called from across the garden, "come see what the kids found." We gathered around a small stone marker, partially hidden by new plantings. My breath caught. It was Grandma's original garden marker, saved from the old garden. "I thought this was lost," I whispered. "I saved it," Layla admitted. "Couldn't bring myself to throw it away. Maybe I knew all along we were wrong to destroy her garden." Nicole appeared with the local news crew. "Ready for the official opening?" As cameras rolled, I stood between Mum and Layla, facing our community. This garden represents more than just plants and flowers. It's about growth, not just of roses, but of relationships, businesses, and dreams. "It's about family," Mum added unexpectedly, taking my hand. "All kinds of family." "And second chances," Layla chimed in, squeezing my other hand. The ribbon cutting was followed by a tour of the surrounding businesses. I watched Mum's face as she really saw what I'd built. Not just successful shops, but a thriving ecosystem of support and opportunity. "Your grandmother's roses might be gone," she said quietly, "but her spirit is everywhere here." Back in the garden, Layla's kids were showing their mother how to properly water seedlings. "Aunt Samara taught us," they proclaimed proudly. Aunt Samara teaches us all," Amelia smiled, joining us with cups of tea from her cafe. "That's what makes this place special." As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across our new garden, Mum pulled me aside. "I have something for you." She pressed a small key into my hand. "What's this?" "The key to your grandmother's house," she said. "Layla and I talked. She's keeping her home, but the garden guest house, the one you always loved, it should be yours." "Mum, I don't need—" "It's not about need," she interrupted. "It's about belonging. You belonged there then, and you belong here now. We just took too long to see it." The evening wound down with all of us, family, friends, community members, sharing stories and plans for the garden's future. Layla's kids fell asleep under the new pergola, surrounded by the scent of fresh roses. "You know what Grandma would say about all this?" I asked, looking around at our gathered family, both blood and chosen. "Create something beautiful," Mum started. "Share it with others," Layla continued. "And watch joy multiply," we finished together. As stars appeared above our new garden, I realized that sometimes the best revenge isn't about getting even. It's about growing beyond what anyone thought possible. In trying to prove my worth, I'd created something far more valuable than success. A place where everyone could bloom. The old roses might be gone, but new ones were already reaching for the sky, their roots deep in soil enriched by legacy, forgiveness, and love. Just as Grandma would have wanted.